Hello. One of the biggest mistakes some of our Igbo brothers, particularly some of our IPOB Igbo brothers, are making is that they seem to have a more in-depth understanding of the problems of Nigeria than us, particularly us from the so-called South-South region, according to them. Really, nigga? True? Look, that we don't go about shouting being marginalized or shouting the ills done by Nigeria to the rest of us does not make us less attentive of the true evil of the region called Nigeria. So don't go about calling me, telling me that Nnamdi Kanu has said it before. We have said it before. We know this before. As if we don't know it. The difference between you and us is that we do not wriggle in a trap. The more you wriggle, the tighter the noose gets around your neck. That's the difference between us. Let me even tell you how rot Nigeria is. You think the Fulani man does not know Nigeria is not redeemable. You think the Yoruba man does not know Nigeria is not redeemable. You think everybody does not know Nigeria is not redeemable. Or you think you are the only one who knows Nigeria is not redeemable. Let me tell you what is going on. Let me even tell you more of the things you don't know. You see, when Buhari came and ruled for 8 years, these are people who believe that they even understand Nigeria will not work more than you. While you are busy shouting Nigeria will not work, Nigeria will not work, they've already known long before now that Nigeria will not work. That's why anytime they come in, they keep grabbing what they can grab before everything about Nigeria finally collapses. And Tinubu is there now, is grabbing everything he can grab for his so-called Yoruba local. When he came in and said Yoruba local, it's the turn of Yoruba, I think he didn't know that Nigeria will not work. Let me give you an analogy so you understand what you're saying. They keep saying Nigeria, national cake, national cake. Imagine they baked a cake and you know that that cake is not good. Forget the wrappings, the sugar coating they used to coat it, the icing on the cake. No matter how beautiful it is, at the end of the day, a lot of us don't eat the icing. It is the cake inside we really eat. But they know that the cake inside is rotten. So what they are simply doing is they go into the kitchen and steal enough of flour, enough of sugar, enough of all the ingredients available to make another cake. So they are stealing. Buhari has stolen his own for his Fulani comrade. Tinubu is coming to take as much as he can. Of course we know all this. Oh, that you think we are coming and we are saying, I'm obedient. We want to take back Nigeria. You think we don't know that Nigeria is rotten, Nigeria is gone before? We know. So don't come with your all-knowing stance, calling me on the phone and telling me that Nnamdi Kanu, we've known this long ago. You are just knowing it now. We're just trying to see if it is just possible, just maybe if it's possible, that Peter Obi, who can have the answer. I still strongly believe that the problem of Nigeria is leadership. Honest, genuine, sincere leadership. These ones that are coming are just criminals who have taken over the asylum. They have nothing to offer other than what they think is best for the people. Yorubas who are champions of their tribe coming to rule this country. Tinubu is champion of Yoruba people. Buhari is champion of Fulanis. If Peter Obi were to be there, he wouldn't have acted as champion of Igbos. Now, somebody called me yesterday that the biggest mistake of Nnamdi Kanu was that while Awolowo was champion of Yoruba, Ahmadu Bello was champion of Hausas, Azikiwe never became champion of Igbos. Now, because the majority of those who control the majority of the system are doing what is bad, does not make you who decides to think good, but will not have access to the system bad. Being good is always good. Never in the history of my life did I see that where you become bad becomes bad. Where you become good becomes bad because you don't have access to the system to inject your goodness into the system. Now, for those who are saying that PWP should have allowed us to go and demonstrate, scatter everywhere, of course, that was good. I would have supported it. I was the first person who reacted that we should go and burn INEC, we should go and burn this, burn that. But then again, if we start a revolution, I can assure you that the bigger problem we have of tribalism and religion, we eat in that revolution, and before you know it, they'll leave Igbos in front. And before you know it, it will be another Biafra world that will say Igbo started it. Are you sure if we start a revolution, IPOB will come and fight for one Nigeria? IPOB will fight to take back Nigeria, or they will say, okay, no, it's Biafra the one. If a revolution starts, we wouldn't even have an objective, a common objective. We will not have that. Before you know it, something will divide into Yoruba, it will divide into Igbo, it will divide into, yes, 2 weeks. In the third week, the thing don't get different name. Just how they crumbled NSAS. So, that we are not shouting is because we understand the problem deeper. We have a cake with a beautiful icing, but inside is so rotten. We thought we could have somebody who go back to the kitchen and bake another cake. This cake we are operating is bad. And they know it. They know it. The establishment knows it. Didn't you see the lawyer who came out and the lawyer who read that out of the Supreme Court Chief Justice that are remaining, it's only 10. And there's no representative from the Southeast, no representative from the South-South. Was it an Igbo man that said it? Was it a Yoruba man that said it? It's a Hausa man. So they know the problem more than you. So don't come with your all-knowing stance, calling me on phone, telling me that we've known this thing 8 years before. Of course we know all these things. We know all these things, but rather than shout, you think. We are thinking. Not every day shouting for 8 years and 9 years. 8 years and 9 years you've been shouting, hey, this Biafra will come, Biafra will come. And I keep asking you, how? Tell me how it will come. Well, it is the same thing we are doing. That's what you are doing. You are hoping Biafra will come. We are hoping Nigeria will be better. As if being an advocate of one Nigeria is bad. There's no country we have that is better than a bigger space that you have. So I am not saying this because I'm saying it is wrong to demand for freedom. But I also ask, freedom from what? Freedom from who? Let me tell you, the people that are persecuting us are not the Fulanis, are not the Yorubas, are us from the South. And when I say South, it's where you describe as South, South, and Southeast. Let me add middle belt. It is us. We are bigger than our persecutors. We are richer than our persecutors. We are more knowledgeable than our persecutors. We have everything our persecutors don't have. Instead, our persecutors use what we have to control us. And yet we say our persecutors are our problems. Because we refuse to strategize and work amongst ourselves, we begin to blame our traducers. Don't blame Fulanis. Fulanis are not our problems. Don't blame the Yorubas. They are not our problem. You, we, that cry every day, we are the problem because you claim you know more than me. I know more than you. Let's work together. No, we must work as one inferior and one superior. I asked somebody yesterday who, in one of my live shows, who came and was trying to lecture me, as usual, trying to claim he knows more than me. I said, okay. I tricked him. I said, this Biafra, do we have a prime minister? He said, yes. When did we elect him? Who elected him? He started saying, you see, the problem with us, black man, is I would like to bring somebody down. You see that? You see the already foundation of problems. So we must tell ourselves the truth. When we spend our energy blaming Fulani, blaming Yorubas, let's start asking ourselves. When Peter Obi came as president of the federal, vying for the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, how many of our big wigs stood behind him? None. In the case of Tinubu, with every bad record that he thinks he has, see the people that came out, Femi Fani-Kayode, people we once trusted, what is his name? Wole Soyinka. They all came and said they are supporting Tinubu. Until we begin to reconcile how to work together as equals to face our common enemy, let's stop shouting that we are being marginalized and continue to be slaves in this country. Until we begin to learn that we must work with each other. We must learn to respect each other. We must learn to hear each other's opinion. Why are you not with us? Why are you doing this? Let's work and find a common ground to strategize for one singular purpose, for one singular goal as equals. we will remain in this country and keep shouting we are being marginalized. My name is Magnus Oraka, and I say, please follow this page and share this post now.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all, my people right there. It's good to be back here again. How you guys doing today? Happy Sunday to you all. Today is 29th of October, 2023. Yes, I have to bring that video in for us to know that disunity is the biggest problem that we all are facing at this moment. You know, I support what Oraka is saying there, because at the moment now we all are in the same pains, both the one that is agitating, the one that is quiet and all that. But we'll talk better on this later on. I'm also going to take on reactions from Nigerians on the streets to see how they are feeling right now since the judgment was passed. Yeah, we'll take it from there. But before that, I would like to quickly acknowledge the people that is already here with the mother of all, Mommy Diaspora. Good evening to you, Mommy. Thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate you always. Thank you very much, Miracle B. I can see you, Fury. Thanks for joining us. Nike Oko Ogo, good evening to you. Chris Emenike Obi, God bless you, all my people. Kingsley Obona, thank you. I love God is my strength. Lucy Eno, Madam Ame Bright, thank you. Sabavo Kwanga, God bless you, all my people. Madabella Naomi, good evening to you, man. Thanks for joining us. Wisdom Lucky, I can see you right there. Inge, thanks for joining us. God bless you all. I can see CXL right there. Didi Anthony, Peggy Modi in the building. God bless you all. Madam Helen is right there with us as well. Madam Helen, I'm not sure we've heard from you since the judgment. I would like to hear from you. What's your take? What is happening in your area right there in Nigeria? Yes, Mary Forde is right there with us. Good evening to you. Veronica Obano, thank you very much. Amaka O, thank you for joining us. Amaka Afojabi, thank you very much, madam, for joining us. Mr. Joseph Oji, I can see you right there, sir. Thanks for joining us. Victory all the way. God bless you all, my people. Okay, I would like us to quickly see today is Sunday. You all know that Sunday visibility is always like this. You know, I don't know what's happening. Maybe we'll cut off Sundays. Yes, I think we should do that, because I've been saying this now for the past 3 months or 4 months. Sunday's visibility is always low. So that means we should take Sundays as a rest day for everybody. I think we should vote on that. You know, should we take Sundays as a rest day? Please put a yes or no on the comment section. And I'm also going to ask again in the middle of the broadcast when we have more people later on, because every Sundays I notice that people are not available. People seems to be more available Monday to Friday. Saturday it dropped. Then Sunday extremely dropped, and I cannot really figure that out. So I don't think it makes sense for me that's supposed to even have rest to come out on Sunday, and then you guys are home. You know, maybe you are busy, because maybe most people schedule their Sundays for something very important, you know, than Nigeria disheartening news. Sky normally, Nigeria news not what may person they listen to. It's heartbreaking. So I don't believe people will know one, you know. Yes, Amaka. Oh, yes, I'm okay. Oh, you say, Mr. Elvis, are you okay? I'm okay. I'm okay. You know, the Nigeria situation, you know, that's the only thing. It's crazy, man. That's the only thing, man. So, but meanwhile, let's listen to more people. Let's see what people are saying back home. Then we'll take it from here. I appreciate every one of you right there. Please help us to press on the like button, and let's do this together. And God,
Mr. Femi Falana is a right activist and a senior advocate of Nigeria. He joins us live from Lagos. Thank you so much, Mr. Falana, for your time tonight. Give us your own view as a senior lawyer, someone who has monitored, studied, understood our electoral jurisprudence. What do you make of the Supreme Court judgment, the outcome, the affirmation of Bola Tinubu's election?
Well, no doubt the judgment of the Supreme Court ascended the electoral contestation as far as the presidential election conducted in February this year is concerned. But for sure, it is not a judicial endorsement of the conduct of the election by INEC. And what I mean is that even with the judgment, it is very clear that Nigeria has a long way to go in terms of ensuring that credible elections are conducted, elections that will be devoid of acrimony, elections that all of us will be proud of. But we're still a long way from there, even with the judgment. I mean, again, as I said, yes, for now, the presidential election is concluded. It should have been concluded in February, but it had just been concluded by the Supreme Court. And it shouldn't be so. The judiciary should not determine the winners of election. Judges are not suited to determine the winners of election. That is a job that is exclusively reserved for INEC if things are done properly. And that is why we must put an end to the shame that has become our Lord in terms of conducting elections. Because we must all realize at all times that this country, Nigeria, is the largest concentration of black people on earth. And we therefore have a greater responsibility to put our house in order so that black people will not be insulted all over the world. And it doesn't take so much to conduct good elections if members of the political class are honest and dedicated to the conduct of transparent election. But that is not there. And what has worsened the case is the culture of impunity. All those who were arrested for mismanaging the last elections, thugs, including those who were armed, those who were caught with thousands of dollars or naira or millions of naira, have been let off the hook. And so it's business as usual. We are simply waiting for the next election. Once the gubernatorial elections and legislative elections disputes are over. We can't go on like this. We can't go on like this.
Mr. Falana, are you disappointed, by the way, with the manner in which, of course, those who are aggrieved, they went to court, but the manner of which the election was conducted is what has led them to go to court, to challenge the process, to challenge the outcome of the election. And we've seen an increasingly higher number of litigation on our election, which seems to have doused around 2015, but again, it rose in 2023. And I'm wondering what could have been the cause of the rising number of litigation over our elections. Are you disappointed in the conduct of that election, perhaps in the integrity of the umpire?
Now, Sean, it will interest you to know that since 2003, we recorded the lowest number of election petitions this year. You'll be surprised. Just about 426 election petitions. Whereas in 2003 and 2007, we're talking of close to 1,000, over 1,000 in 2007. Now, at that time, again, contrary to what many people feel, the 2007 election, presidential election, was narrowly won in the Supreme Court by the late Umaru Musa, Yar'Adua. It was a 4-3 narrow, justices of the Supreme Court that decided that case. And that was why the president said, the election that brought me into office is highly flawed. Therefore, I am going to put in place an electoral reforms panel to look at our electoral system and put an end to the shameful conduct of elections in Nigeria. If I made the point earlier, if INEC conducts good elections, nobody will go to court. In fact, you have had situations in Nigeria, particularly in 2015 or thereabout, where losers congratulated the winners. And that is how it should be. Particularly in these days of conducting elections with the aid of technology. Let everybody see what you are doing. If you say you are going to transmit election results, you must transmit. And that was the point I thought was not quite canvassed for me.
You know, a couple of people are talking right now. People are questioning them. Why now? Why now? Why now? But meanwhile, let's take this. Mr. Ferreira, can you see what is on the screen from your device there?
Yes. Hold on. Yes. I got two computers in front of me. So, yeah, I can see the one I'm talking with you and another one that others can see.
Wonderful, sir. I like this communication. Wonderful. Okay, let me quickly take these guys and we'll take it from here. That is Barrister Mike Ozekhome. Ozekhome questions Supreme Court ability to perform request analysis of presidential election judgment. All right. Okay. We are going to take it from here. Ozekhome stated that the Constitution of Nigeria provides for 21 jurists to ensure balanced representation. He observed that currently there are only 10 justices, with the Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN, not fully sitting as an administrative officer. According to The Guardian, Ozekhome questioned the ability of the Supreme Court to perform its duties effectively with such limited numbers and called for a deeper analysis of the court verdict on the case, as it carries significant policy implications. He also criticized the disregard for the technological advancement in the 2022 Electoral Act, which he believes has been undermined by the court's decision. So he went on, recall that a retiring justice of the Supreme Court, Musa Datijo Mohammed, who reportedly pulled out from the 7-man panel that dismissed all the appeals that sought the removal of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu from office, had accused the Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN Justice Olukayode Ariwola, of abusing power of his office. Speaking at a validatory session organized in his honor by the Apex Court, the former judge revealed the route in the judiciary that have continued to affect the justice delivery system in the country. On the panel that heard the presidential election appeal by Atiku Abubakar and the Labour Party presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, Justice Mohammed said, unquote, to ensure justice and transparency in presidential appeal from the lower court, all geopolitical zones are required to participate in the hearing. Okay, it went on, unquote. Okay, I've been attacked again. I can't move anything. Everything is black here again. Hey, God. Okay, I don't know. This is... these people meet us this evening.
Yeah, but we can still hear you. That's the good news.
Yeah, you can hear me now, but anything is not moving on my YouTube at all. Nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, my word. Oh, my word. I can't believe this. Guys, I can't do anything right now. I just want to... Okay, one moment, Apple.
Yeah, we're not going to give up. We'll keep fighting them. The devil has failed. They're fooling themselves.
Let's see these guys. Hey, God. I'll speak less, though. I'll just speak less. This is ridiculous. Okay, guys, let's go back to what we're reading. They are trying to stop us from this. I will finish my reading. I will finish it. On the comment section, can you guys hear us? If you can hear us, please let us know on the comment section.
They are saying loud and clear.
Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. At least we have more people joining us now on the panel. Mother Busy Brain just came in. Wonderful. In case the attack continues, you guys can take over the panel. That's what I'm going to do. Yes, thank you.
I've been trying to come in. I think even for those of us viewers watching, I think what they've done maybe is to target people that patronize, that listen to the show. I've been struggling these past few days with connection. I can read comments, but I can't hear anything.
Yeah, that's true. Some people complain to me that they can't see some people's comments, and people can't see their comments and all that. These guys are doing a lot, man. All right. For those of you that want to join the panel, because in case they, God forbid, they succeed, you guys can continue with the broadcast. Let's see, just affect me alone.
They will not succeed. They will not succeed.
They won't succeed.
I just posted out a link again. Okay, let me continue with this article because this one is very, very important. If they are trying to stop this, I'll finish it. Okay, on quote, I was actually here. You know, according to the Supreme Court, Musa Datijo Mohammed, you know, the justice that pulled out from the several-man panel. Okay, he said, unquote, it is therefore dangerous for democracy and equity for two entire regions to be left out in the decisions that will affect the generality of Nigerians. This is not what our laws envisage, although it can be posited that no one expected the sudden passing of Honorable Justice Wednesday. JSC, yet it has been 2 years and 7 months since the previous justice from Southeast died, and no appointment was made by CJN Olukayode Ariwola. And this is the same Olukayode Ariwola that promised us everything. I play this video here almost every day. You know, he was promising us he will do this, nobody can do that, the sledgehammer will fall on your head and all that, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, what did we get? What did we get from this man? Meanwhile, I would like us to move on and take on the another one. I have another article here quickly, you know, before I can take some reactions. So let's take this article here. Thank you very much, my people. Please press on the like button, because when these guys are trying to attack us like this, the more we have many likes, the more they will be overcome. Please press the like button. It's very, very important you do this for us. May God bless every one of you right there. That means well for us, and I want a better Nigeria genuinely, because at the end of the day, not everybody that is crying that want a better Nigeria, they actually want a better Nigeria. That's another thing about it. So I would like to also take this one here from Salihu. You know, Salihu, and I believe people can see this already. Let me see. Okay. Yes. I believe people can see this from Salihu. Let's see. Can you guys see it from the panel, what I just put on the screen? From
yes, yes, loud and clear, very clear.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, let me take. All right, let me take this one here. As you all can see, Supreme Court judgment affirming Tinubu's victory put Nigeria on the map of global shame. Salihu, Dr. Ladin Salihu, a prominent member of the People Democratic Party, PDP, and a former Director General of Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, has expressed deep worry over the recent Supreme Court judgment affirming President Bola Tinubu's electoral victory. According to Salihu, the decision relegates the Nigerian constitution to a secondary position, raising significant concerns about the country's global standing. Salihu, who was speaking to Arise TV, underscored the alarming implications of the judgment, emphasizing its potential to tarnish Nigeria's reputation on the world stage. His words, unquote, it is not only disappointing, but it's put Nigeria on a very worrying map of global shame. The Supreme Court, by the judgment, is literally relegating the Nigerian constitution to the background. It is taking electoral law to supersede the constitution. Okay, went on by saying, one moment, my people, let me quickly. Okay, went on by saying, and the constitution is very explicit, it is very clear, it is unambiguous that any person who commits forgery is not entitled to run for a political office. But our Supreme Court bypassed it. The two doers for this thing, Salihu was referring to the declaration by the Chicago State University that the certificate President Tinubu tendered to the Independent National Electoral Commission before 2023 presidential election was not from its institution. Exactly. The Supreme Court rejected attempt by the PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar to tender the evidence before its verdict, saying fresh evidence can't be admitted since it was done at the lower courts. Atiku has since announced that he will address a press conference on Monday regarding the Apex Court verdict, which is tomorrow. We are going to be live to take that together here. But meanwhile, people have responded. Let's take people's reaction. As we can see here, Adewale Johnson said, it is very important we ask for judicial review. That is Adewale Johnson. While we have another reaction here from Nelly. Nelly C02 said, the Constitution needs to be amended. The Supreme Court should not be the last place to decide after their judgment. The NAS should review it, especially when it comes to cases that are stranded like this. While we have another person here, Steinstein Obi said the judges are bigots. They undermine the Constitution just like INEC. Nigeria judiciary must know that people are no longer coming to court going forward. Next election, if INEC decides to off IRF or start behaving anyhow, crisis and chaos will follow immediately. Revolution. That one is coming from Celestine. While we have another person here, Rishi Consorts. They have already analyzed the judgment in dollars, so they wouldn't tell you anything, sir. So they were actually referring to Barrister Mike Ozekhome there. Then we have another person here from Dr. P.A.K.A. Stars, General for PET. Nigerian judiciary is a judiciary of technicalities. So sad these days that justice is not guaranteed anymore. Based on technicalities, there was a country indeed. Then we have another person here, Anthony. Anthony said, when citizens toy with constitution and truth, their progress ought to make you turn back to destruction. Wake up, Nigerians. Wake up, Nigerians. Anthony is telling you to wake up. Then we have Trico Truth said, Nigerians are incapable of pushing back. You know why. The very construct called Nigeria is fallacy. Nobody feels connected to it. Ironically, it is that deficiency that is weaponized to oppress everyone. Oh, the irony. Okay, I have the last one here saying this is Justice. Justice said the bad man doesn't care as far as he can compromise everything with his criminal enterprise and his voluntary slaves, supporters applauding his unintelligent moves. Okay, that is it right there, my people. Let me see if I can play one more video though. I don't know. Okay, I'll leave video alone for now. I don't know what's happening. I would like us to talk on what I've presented so far. What is your take that Abure is saying that Tinubu's government have targeted Peter Obi and himself for a possible persecution, which might be a possible prosecution. I don't know, but he's also he's currently talking about persecution for now, to chase them, maybe to arrest them for, I don't know. So for that to come out from Abure, I don't know what you guys think of that, because you know, this government, you cannot say they can never, because many of you that have said it on this platform, they can never, we'll not see you now again. We'll not see you now again, because many of you actually said when INEC issued out a certificate by 4 a.m. in the morning, you know, many of you came here to stop me when I was yelling that this is wrong, we must act, we must do this. Many of you came in, no, calm down, Elvis, calm down. You don't do this, you don't do that. They can never. swear Tinubu in. They can never swear Tinubu in. They swear Tinubu in. Many of you still continue to say they can never, they can never. If I all your they can never, you know, today, I don't know where the day, to be honest. So another one is happening right now. Abure cried out, saying that himself and Mr. Peter Obi have been marked. You know what I mean? Have been marked for a possible persecution. Remember, persecution is different from prosecution. All right. So marked for a possible persecution. So this one now, whether or not the group of they can never now once see here today or tomorrow, I don't know. But you know, everything will not they can never, it can't, I don't know as I want to put her on. While Barrister Mike Ozekhome is saying that the decision from the judiciary must be reviewed. I don't know who will review that, you know, because the law did not put anything in place for that to be reviewed. You know, while Salihu is saying that a two-region cannot pass a judgment. What happened to the others? Because CJN, Olukayode Ariwola refused to appoint other judges from the Southeast. Thank you very much, my people. I'd like us to say it the way it is right now. Let me call on the first person on the panel, which is Mr. Ferreira. Mr. Ferreira, thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. I appreciate you. Good evening to you. Please, before you move on, let me quickly appreciate somebody super chatted me to the Peggy Modi. Peggy Modi, may God bless you. Thank you very much for this. To be honest, in the midst of attacking, you still remember me to say, oh, make I take this one. I really appreciate it. Your pocket never run dry. Thank you very much. God bless you. All right, Mr. Ferreira, please talk to us, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Let me first of all say, may God continue to bless you. You're doing a great job. Don't be discouraged. Don't let the devil stop you. You are doing God's work, and God's reward those that do his work. You're a God prophet by creating this medium. And before I go on, I want you to go to the private chat. I sent you a message that I don't think is meant for the open space. I want you to read it while I make my submission. I have a lot to say. I've been trying to get in since that was it 3 days ago when when in the evening talk. But anyway, Mr. Elvis, Nigeria is in trouble. We are in the big trouble. But let us thank God, though. Let us thank God for this man called Obi. You see, not because me personally, I'm not an Obi song singer like Mr. CM, but because his coming is appropriate. You understand? This election is important because this election is what some people call an eye-opener, the moment of clarity for Nigerians. Because a lot of Nigerians are doubting Thomases. Even if something is white, right, like this in their face, Nigerians will still be arguing with you, that thing is not white, that thing is black, or that thing is blue, that thing is yellow. So it is good that this man, Tinubu, came along. In fact, let us thank God for Tinubu. Dele Faroitimi has said it. Thank God for Tinubu. We wouldn't have known all the people we thought were angels, not to know that they were devils, like Professor of Corn and Beans, like Rita will call him. People like even Falano with his double mouth, not talk when it's important and talk when, you know, all this tribal by God. People we thought were heroes. But this thing is bringing everything out to the fore. But for me, the most important thing I think this whole thing is bringing out is what me, personally, I've known since 1999 when we thought we had democracy. It's like having independence, but the independence is false. It's like Niger. You know, Niger think they have independence from France, only to realize that France controls their money, France controls their decision, and control all their resources. Though that's false independence until their recent coup. The same thing with Nigeria. We thought we have democracy. A lot of people are still arguing we have democracy and we can change the system through a process of democracy. But how do you change a system when the rules keep changing in the middle of the game? How do you win such a match if you're a footballer or a boxer when the referee is biased? You understand? When the referee is playing on the side of your opponent, it's impossible. We can't continue to deceive ourselves. So the good thing about all these things, now notice that my conversation is a little bit shifting from the videos you put out there. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Elvis. Because I have some key points I want to hit on. You know, the fact is that we thank God for this thing, because this thing is making the bad system visible to us.
Exactly.
It is making us clear that this is not democracy, this is false democracy. But as long as the people we are fighting keep telling us it's democracy, we would never know to fight it. In fact, what we face, I keep telling you, is worse than apartheid. Because apartheid is black and white. Apartheid is visible. Apartheid is written in the law. So it's easy to fight it. But this one, the law keeps changing. It's not written in the law. It's not black and white because it involves people even in your own family and friends. It's not just that, because this one keeps gaslighting you. So it's a bad system. But at least after this election, we all have agreed, and this Supreme Court judgment, that we have a bad system, and that system needs to be fixed. Now, there will still be some people among us who will say, election is over, let us move on, this, that. These are people who are satanic, but they don't know yet that they are satanic. Remember, there's a saying that says the worst is not the evil of bad people, but the silence of good ones. The worst evil on earth is not bad people doing evil, it's when good people sit back and say nothing or do nothing. That is the worst kind of evil. Are you with me? So this bad system is so bad.
Of course, sir. Of course.
Yeah. So now, look, I see that you are always very mad and angry with our people. Say, why are they not marching? Why are they not doing? Why are I always hear the pain in your voice when you say that thing. But Mr. Elvis, cut them just a small slack, not that much slack, just a small slack. You know why? These people are traumatized. They are ignorant. And when you have a mixture of trauma, ignorance, and poverty, you have a weapon that enslaves people. And when someone is a state of mind of a slave, they can't react, particularly when they don't know other things. Most of us who are abroad, we realize that, like for me, for example, when I first got abroad, the first day I went for a job interview, they offered me a job. I was like, what? Is this how life is? You see the change. Nigerians, they leave that country, they come out, they make success of themselves. But you see, that means there's something poisonous in that country that is holding the people back. And that is our system. It's not just in our government, it's in our family, it's in our event. This idea that we are better than other people, or we are big people, we are big men, it doesn't let us have a mentality that all men are created equal. And anybody who does not fight for equality or live in a society of equality is deceiving themselves. Even if they make all the money or establish all the business, if you don't have a system or a legal system that can equate things, your system, your business will fail. Your children will go into exile. Your culture eventually will die out. You understand? Those are long-term effects of what we have been practicing for almost 63 years. But now it's coming to fore. It's coming out.
Just imagine now, somebody just wrote that 60,000 naira now for a bag of rice. So how do you expect people that earn 30,000 naira per month to eat now at this point?
Absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. So that means, look, it's not just that we are creating slaves, Mr. Evans. We have a system that is creating criminals out of average citizen, out of a good person, because the only way you can survive when rice is 60,000 is for you to either collect bribe or steal or defraud your neighbor. So that means automatically that Niger system will turn you into something that God does not want you to be. Do you see how dangerous and how bad that system is? It not only makes a slave out of its people,
but what can change Nigeria now then? Because it looks like we have exploited everything.
We've tried everything.
We've tried everything,
The only thing that can save us now is to be honest with ourselves, to ask each of us ourselves, if the system is not working, what is next? What is next is we have to decide who we are. Are we part of the system that is not working, or are we part of those who want to solve it? That's the crossroad we are now. And you can still see a lot of satanic people on the other side.
Sorry for interjecting, Mr. Ferreira. You just hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
The question is, which side are you going to be on?
Which side are you on?
The system that works or the one that does not? And if you are on the system that you want to make it work, then it gives one a tunnel vision of the things that need to be done.
Yeah.
Which
side are you on? Some people are still in denial that the system is okay, we can change it. And these are the elders, the educated people, the people who are supposed to know better. They've been in denial. Mr. Elvis, you cannot solve a problem when you are in denial. You have to first of all admit, and those are those people encouraging the system. So if the system is not working, why are we participating in it?
But we still have people. The sad part of it is that we still have people that is justifying this satanic government.
That's the saddest part of this whole story. It's as if they are blind, they are evil. That part is just very baffling.
You see, the thing is this: they are not much in number. It's just that they have they've got the bullhorn to be able to the power, the means of terrorizing people. That is what they've got, but they are not in number. The saddest part, those of us that are in number, majority of us are traumatized in abject poverty with no clue on what is going on. They don't even know where their next meal is going to come from. That is what we are up against. It is only the 10%.
Let me ask you one question, Mr. Elvis. When these people, black people in South Africa, fought apartheid, how many years did it take them? It took them almost 50 years.
Yeah.
You can now imagine the problem we have where we cannot even define what we are dealing with. So how much more to mobilize to fight it? So all these people still supporting these satanic people, they are educated illiterates. They are hypocrites. They are follow.
But it's wrong. It's wrong to support anything that is causing people
pain. These are the people that you see in church in the front row, saying they have God, shouting God, Allahu Akbar, speaking in tongues.
Is the one that is even is front row causing people pain. What are those sitting in the front row when the pastor on the pulpit is the chief of them all?
Chief of them, fake pastors. It's part of where lead us to this since they started introducing the gospel of prosperity. All that matter is prosperity. Nobody question how the wealth comes.
You remind me of this. You remind me of this video. Let me see if we can play this video, sir. Listen to this video.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Provoked to repentance. You are provoked to anger against the person who tells you what you are doing is wrong. You are doomed. But worse still, a nation is doomed when its leaders are no longer afraid of the reaction of the people. The religious leaders of Israel at that time, the Pharisees and the chief priests, they wanted to arrest Jesus, but they were afraid of the people. It was only when they were able to manipulate the people that they eventually arrested Jesus and had him killed. Anytime a government is no longer afraid of its citizens, that nation is doomed. We can see what is happening in our country today. Who is afraid of who? Government. Afraid of you? Afraid of workers?
I don't know if you managed to watch that video at all.
Yes, it's very clear. We can see it clear, loud.
Okay.
The pastor,
okay.
The pastor is right. The pastor is right. When the government is no longer afraid of the people, we are in trouble.
Yes.
We are in big trouble. So there are two types of Nigerians now. There are those who are enabling the problem, and there are those who wants to stop the problem. Now, the people who wants to stop the problem might be naive. Some of their action might be wrong. Some of them might be, might be too radical, but at least they want to solve the problem. Unlike the fools and the idealists that keep saying, let us keep going on. Look, you always say one thing, and I always agree with you. You said you have never gained anything from that country. The same thing with me. Exactly. I'm in my mid-50s. There's no one thing, again, before I left that country. And there are so many people growing up now. And we have had 24 years of what we are supposed to have, the so-called dividend of democracy, with nothing. Just like Fela sang, as time they go, things just they bad more and more. This is real serious. We have to start coming up with solution. Now, there's a part I don't know if other people want to. Maybe I should stop now. I still have more to say, but I don't know what to be taking.
Go ahead. Sir. Go ahead. Now, we are only 4 on the panel. Okay.
Now, you see, now that we are divided into two types of people, each of us have to ask ourselves, who are we? Are you an enabler or are you a solution? If you are an enabler, we have to put you aside. If you are a solution, come on board, join us, come up with ideas, come up with suggestions, even if your suggestion might look foolish, come up in ways on how for us to fight this monster, this satanic devil. Because Tinubu is not just the problem we have. Tinubu is a seed of the Nigerian environment that has grown into an Iroko tree. And it was watered by the Nigerian people, by the Nigerian conscience, by the Nigerian action. They watered it and they provided it with the sunlight for it to grow into a mighty tree. I can give you an example. For example, they could have gotten rid of Tinubu when Jonathan was there. Information got to the president that this man had a forged certificate. They covered it up because they wanted him to canvass vote for them. Anytime you have leaders who are only concerned about their own gain, the country will head down.
And now the problem came back now to hurt everybody.
Everybody now you go chop breakfast. Everybody. I even forgot. Madam Omoye Kona. Oh my God, I love that woman. She gave woto to somebody yesterday.
I believe on her anytime.
She gave woto to that person that they come on here when they talk rubbish. He say he give them, they come they complain, say they cause them. The Bible say if you do God's will, blessings fall upon you. If you don't do God's will, the curse will be upon your head. Exactly. It's there in Deuteronomy. I know the pastor, so I can't know the exact number. You understand what I'm saying? The country is messed up, and most of us don't want to admit it. We want to keep pretending. Authority stealing, it was past armed robbery because it destroys more life. Fella, don't tell them that. Nobody's listening. If we can't have a society where there is balance, there is equity, and we can't have leaders who are competent, we are doomed. Enough with the problem. What are the possible ways we can move forward to solve these things? If anybody want to interject, please feel free.
Exactly. Let it be an interjection section,
Yes.
You shouldn't just be waiting.
Be me talking. Yeah, if anybody wants to interject, feel free. So, before somebody interjects, there's this thing that I wanted to see about this judge's decision. You see now that the judges the Nigerian juries have disqualified their own authority and themselves. And they have awakened the righteous response to remedy the situation. The people now have the right to establish a new lawful state without this lawlessness. The judges have just established this fact and made it very easy for us to do so. So if they ignore the law, the people can now ignore their authority by taking the means necessary to establish a new lawful state. That's the state we are now. That is the state we are now, because the law is not working. Their democracy, go and vote, is not working. None of these things is working. So why do we have to keep doing it? We should wait another 8 years. They're even saying 8 years. That means they will never leave power because they now have control of all the institutions. Look, Nigeria is like a hijacked plane. Like you have a plane that has been hijacked by some terrorists. And then the terrorists are determining the destination of that plane. And they are going to crash that plane. And now you keep telling us, let's keep listening to those terrorists. Let's keep listening to those terrorists. We have to decide, do all of us on the plane, do we want to rush these terrorists and take the pulpit back from them? Or do we want to keep listening to them for them to take us where they go? I mean, how that sounds, Scatter? Oh, then they carry us go where we don't know. Then they carry us go where we don't know. Now that stage we did now.
Okay.
Help me. Then they you know the one that they talk. Well, exactly. help me. Then they carry out. Then they carry me go where I don't know. That's the stage of the country now. We do.
But do you know? I think we have an idea where they are carrying us to. I think I made a submission yesterday, and I'm strong. The more I reflect on it, the strongly I believe in it. They are trying to turn us to a nation of Almajiri.
That's right.
Because the first thing that they did was to take away the subsidy without any corresponding plan in place to mitigate the hardship that would befall people. And then they were quick to go and borrow billions of naira and claim that they are going to give it as palliative, not thinking of creating jobs, not thinking of putting facilities that would make a return on that money. Instead, they took almost half of it to sort themselves out and buy 160 million naira worth of car for each of them. Then they gave us 10 mudu to share amongst 146 families. Tell me how they see us. Let me tell you, there is a spiritual connotation to all these things. I always come from a spiritual angle. These people have no love, no care for anybody. When they turn us to a nation of Almajiri, if you go to the north, for those that only hear Almajiri, go to the north and then you will see the life of an Almajiri. Everywhere, for you to know who an Almajiri is, they are first of all as white as Kwashoko. I mean, people that have not seen water for weeks. Yeah, emaciated and with a bowl. So they want you to be with a bowl wherever you go, emaciated. They are already doing it. The policies that they have in place is to subject the nation to become nation of Almajiris.
Yeah, weaponization of poverty. Continue. Yeah. Weaponization of poverty. Come on.
That is it. That is it. Why do you think that with this current, with what is, I made a comparison a couple of days ago on this show about people in the East, you know, the apprenticeship scheme, which is very robust, and you see it in the East. For someone like me who is from Plateau State, we have a lot of Igbo, a very huge, diverse Igbo community. They even have their chief in Jos, yeah? And I see it firsthand. I know people, I have first cousins who are Igbos. I see firsthand what is done, how they transfer wealth from one person to the other. You will see the master, the oga, with maybe 6 or 7 apprentices in his shop. And when you come next time to come to the shop, those apprentices, they've gone. Another one have come. And those ones, you now see them, they've opened their own. They've spread out. They are creating wealth. They don't go to anybody with a bowl to beg. So why do you think that marginalization? Why are they trying to turn us to a nation of beggars? Purposely. Do you think if Peter Obi came in, he will not come with that idea? He's even mentioned in his campaign to tap into that scheme and spread it around. Our young people will be robust and vibrant, doing things. Nigeria will. What is China? China cannot compare.
That's true.
These people are satanic. The moment you wake up, that is why in fact, while the satanic people were attacking this channel, yeah, I was just scrolling on my timeline on YouTube and I saw a 10 clip. Oga Elvis, it would be fantastic. If not, I understand. If you can just show Omoye, they showed it is a 10-minute clip of, I'll look for it if you don't mind and put it in the comments, in the private chat, of when she went really hard, challenging those of us that think that what is going on is wrong, but we are sitting down and just doing what? Something needs to be done. We are looking at the devil in the eye. He's carrying us into hell in a hand basket. And we have 2 hands, 2 legs. We have our breath in us, and we are just allowing the devil to carry us into hell. Are you not going to do something to get out of that basket and fight or run or do something?
Something, yes.
We are now a state, we are a captive state.
We are hijacked by
Senator,
criminals, drug lords, criminals. Yes. People should be enemies of the state. Enemies of the state. The reason
why, you see, because nobody has kept watch. The people who kept watch, they fight them. People like Gani Fawemi, people like that renowned somebody Giwa, the foremost journalist. What's his name?
Dele
Giwa. All these people, they fight them. Then they now brought these stupid people like Adeyemi Smart. Adeyemi Smart was the National Judicial. He was one time president of the journalist, something journalist though. My goodness, that was when brown envelope became prevalent.
Oh God.
That was when it became, those that are supposed to keep watch over Nigeria, those that are supposed to keep watch over the nation, now became crippled because the brown envelope became a scourge that silenced them, stained them, took away any form of protection.
There's information flying right now, although the sanctity of this information, I don't know. I don't know if some of you have seen it. I just forwarded it to our group right now. It's disheartening. It's currently going on right now.
Busy brain, how are you? God bless you all. Well-meaning Nigerian, all protocols observed, Mr. Niger Watch. God bless you. That God bless you is loaded. Whenever I say God bless you, it has a whole lot in it. Because it's something important that, I'm listening, something that just came, an idea that came up very quickly before I make my submission. Is there any way we can stop this November election in Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa? How can we stop it? How fast can we pursue these people to say we are still traumatized on what happened? How can there be this election going on? Is there any way we can stop it? One. Then I want to say something because I listened to a few submissions by all these elders. I just round them up as elders because to call them one by one, there are a whole lot of them from the criminal. Now, Mr. What's his name? Mr. Rotimi Amechi have, made it clear. We are not the one that call them thieves and criminals. They all know that they are thieves and criminals. They know it. So, all of them, from traditional leaders, all the elders, with the exception of few, I listened to a few of them, and I make a few quotes on what they said before I say what I want to say to them directly. Mr. Dele Momodu said, you do not know the power of federal government. He also said 1 million Obi, 1 million Atiku, 1 million Wike could not have stopped what happened. A whole bunch of them are now creeping out from their holes, talking about the judiciary. If Mr. Peter Obi did not, expose executive, legislative, judiciary, now they will have been covering up. Now it's very obvious that we do not have executive, they are thieves. We do not have legislative, they are thieves. We do not have judiciary, they are cash and carry. Now, Rotimi Amechi also said, he said, Nigerians don't react to anything. He said, has any politician told you that he is not a thief? Yes, Mr. Amechi, there is one. And that is why Nigerians were not fools. One said, go and verify. That is why we still stand with Mr. Peter Obi till thy kingdom come. He has been proven. He talks about character, competence, integrity, which none of you have. So, and you also say Nigerians know and still vote them. No, we voted the right person. And Mr. Dele Momodu has said not even 1 million could have stopped what happened, which means you all know what's going on. You all know that there is nothing we Nigerians will do that could have stopped what happened. They voted en masse, they came out. When they protest, you know what you do. This is what you people have been using against us. Now we know, because I'm going to speak to every youth in this country called Nigeria. I'm going to speak to all of you that never believe what any elder is telling you. They use reverse psychology. See them, they are creeping out. They are coming from behind to come and pat us and say it's okay. It's never okay. It will not be okay. You people have done this and you're going to pay for it, all of you. Every youth, wake up every morning, think about what you do. But number one thing is never to believe these elders. They are lying. And I warn them, I say this. Do no more use God. Don't ever use God to deceive us anymore. Whenever you hear any elder call the name of God, please tell them stop. Stop using God to deceive us. And we are going to, by God's grace, we are going to cut the head of this serpent, and youths of this country are going to come out and save themselves, because it is obvious. There is no hiding place for the youth except they rise up and do what they can do. And what you do is wake up, think. You have brain, you can do it, but don't think like your elders. I rest with this one again, please. How can we stop this Kogi Imo Bayelsa election in November?
You can't stop anything, madam. We can't stop anything. Thank you anyway. Thank you. You can't stop anything when the same person, if this information that I just projected is true, somebody that received 100 million euro, you want to stop election and is the one that will make the final decision. How is that possible? Do you know how much is 100 million? How much is 100 million euro? Can somebody work out how much is 100 million euro right now in Nigeria currency? That's about 1 trillion naira, right? Yes, it should be like about, if I'm not mistaken, 1 trillion. I don't know, 100 billion. Say 100 billion naira. Nigeria is captured. Nigeria is captured. The result of this spending is the reason why many of you in Nigeria are suffering right now. It's the reason why bag of rice is now 60,000. It's the reason why dollar is now 1,250 or so. It's the reason why pounds is now 1,005 something. Yes, that is it. It's very sad.
You know what? How sad it is, Mr. Elvi. I don't mean to interject you. The sad part of it is that there's a saying in Yoruba that said, They are using Nigerians' money to strangulate Nigerians. That is the problem. These people have shown us by their capture of Lagos how they use Lagos money to feed themselves, to strangulate us and get to the federal level. Now they are capturing all the resources and using Nigerian money by borrowing in the name of Nigeria to give out bribes and all these things.
94 million euro.
It's
Jesus. Kai, let me pick this call, sir. I'm coming. My head is shake for you. Hello, yeah, good evening to you, sir. Thanks for calling in. Please talk to us.
Yeah, Mr. Elvis, how are you doing today?
I'm not fine, sir. Just talk to us. Thank you.
All right. Okay, you have to be fine because you see today. You see today's lights. Huh? Well, let me tell you, it gets what you're saying. It's only conscious person they will give a bribe and say, I will say no to it. So to save your country, whenever they bring a bribe to you, if that conscience will beat you and say, hey, don't take it. Do what is right. Because when you take a bribe, you will never do right. Let me tell you, remember what you say, how much we are pressurizing you for you to advocate for them. On their way, you say no. What if you say yes to them that time? That means you are among of those people killing Nigeria, spoiling Nigeria. So now it depends for a person. If you're a neutral person, a sane person, not 100%, but let me say 80%, you are pure. You don't take bribe, things will get right in Nigeria. But when you are taking bribe, how is it going to happen? That means things will get more and bad and continuous going. So that's the one thing about Nigeria. In fact, like I listened to one thing from Brekete family. So I see something that so many things. In fact, corruption have killed Nigeria, in fact swallowed Nigeria. Even the bank sector everywhere is corrupt. I listened to one of them that a woman that stays in Europe for 18 years, she put 68,000 million on First Bank. They went there, bank went there, took the money. You see, all those things, they're evil. There's so many things going in Nigeria. So many people have to wake up from their evil they are doing and say enough is enough. And the youth need to wake up. Even the Ameti said it. See Ghana, what is happening in Ghana because of their bad government? Everywhere. When Nigeria they keep silent, they sit back home, sit back there and say nothing is happening. They don't care. After that, I have a money. I can go out there and drink one bottle of beer and go home and sit down. Who does that?
Thank you.
We are here. We all good. We are living good. But what are people back home? They don't care.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for calling in. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. God bless you. Anybody that want to call in now, this is the best time. Please, if you want to call in right now, is the best time. I just get headache straight to know that this 94 million euro for one person, just one person.
Oga Elvis.
Oh my God!
For what he's done, he needed a big check.
No, that one is not the part of your own national cake with that now. That one not the part of it. And that's the only document that you can see.
But when cancer come, 94 million will not
Please,
be able
let me quickly finish my course. You guys will talk. Don't worry. Love of God is my strength. Thank you very much, madam, for calling. Good evening to you. Talk to us.
Thank you. I'm having problem with my connection. I don't know what's going on anyway, but I'll manage. It's stopping.
That's fine. You are good. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. You know, what I want to say, Mr. let me greet everybody. Sorry. Busy Pain and every other one on the platform. I just want to say happy Sunday. And I'm very sure every one of us, we are well and we are okay. You know what I want to say? You see, Nigeria, we are that are here. We are the one worrying ourselves for. You see, those ones in Nigeria, they don't even care. Everybody, they've gone back on their own and they're doing their own thing. I sent you a video today on your personal page. I saw one man coming outside and shouting that the Southwest are going to come outside and protest. That now they are regretting because all of them voted for Tulumbu, and now look at what all of them are suffering. They are sending their wives outside to go and make money with their body for them to feed. So they are all coming out. Look at what he's saying. They are all coming out to protest. You see, until we do, and I said that yesterday, this sending money, we need to stop. We need to stop because these people, we are spoiling them. Okay, look at the money that is paid. Look at that money. No, that is paid into Yakubu account. Where did they got the money from? Who paid him that money? How are we just finding out now? We should have found out this thing before the court case. Maybe it would have been of benefit to us. And you will see very soon, we will discover all the other lawyers, what they have paid to them. This country, what are we going to do? Are we going to sit down like this and let these people use us like this? Are we going to sit down like this and let these people treat us like this? It's our country anyway. We are all the owner of this country. We cannot continue like this. Rotimi Amechi is coming out and he's talking blah blah blah. When he was there, he didn't do a train to the south. He didn't do a train to Port Harcourt. He didn't do a train to Edo. He didn't do a train to Delta. No, he went and do it from the north to the J. Statana, and later we'll say somebody is doing us. We the Statana are the ones doing ourselves. I'm not against the Northern, I'm not, because a lot of people are suffering there. They are genuinely suffering. This time, Nigeria, we need to pick up. We need to get to cooperate with us. We need Nigeria back home to cooperate with us so that we can do something and get these people out. For me, I don't want Tinubu to be dead in 2027. Tinubu must come out now and he must go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. All right. This is something else, man. Let me take 2 more calls and then we are done. God's Power, thank you very much. I'm trying to call you back quickly. You know, I want to give opportunity for my panelists to speak. Thank you, God's Power. Please talk to us. Good evening to you.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. I want to say good evening to everybody, the well-meaning Nigerians, the obedient family, and Nigeria family. I want to say God bless everyone. You know, Mr. Evans, I want to thank you for everything that you have done. You've done more than enough. That is why I always see you and Mr. Peter Obi and David doing as hero of this our fight for taking Nigeria from those satanic people. When I saw the money that was paid into that criminal called Yakubu Mahmoud, you know, Mr. Evans, you know, my pain is that even as the Nigerians that are back home, even as they are seeing all those things, they will not make any move. To be honest, that is the pain, because we that were in the diaspora, we've done enough to trigger them to stand up and start this, this protest, but they don't want to. Even the FBI, if they drop the or whatever baggage that this man have, Nigeria back home will not. That is the pain that a lot of people are. Even I listened to yesterday's show where Jimmy said it. He said he has not, and he did not regret. He might say, but he did not regret. That is the pain of the matter right now. The people back home just put their hand, and there's no sign of like, okay, we want to do something. That is just it. But I want to thank God for using you to be able to up and bring us a lot of evidence for a lot of Nigerians to see. Thank you. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. God bless you, sir. Okay, let me. Hello, good evening to you. Your name, where you calling us from?
Hello.
Thank you, sir. Your name, where you calling from?
Yeah, good evening. I'm calling from France.
Good evening, sir. Your name, sir, your name.
Yes, my name is Morodo.
We can't hear you.
Omorodion.
Okay, thank you, sir, Mr. Omorodion. Go ahead, talk to us.
Yes. Yes, my opinion is this, please. Like what Omoyele always say, that is what will happen in that country. We give kids to everybody. That is why everybody is saying, we only talk, but if we don't do it, nothing will work out. Really, I will not say more. My whole problem there is I've experienced a lot of things because of this bad government, bad country. I've lost my mother, my father because of this. Because no hospital to go, even though you have the money, no hospital. Even though you have the money, no brands to take people to hospital. But what type of country is that? We are living in Europe, but we see what is happening here. I don't know what people is trying to put together. We can't put together by talking. People have to put things that will make action. You know, really, I'm not like that man there. I just feel like you want to use Nigeria for sacrifice. What is that nonsense from? How can people feed them now? 30,000 people receive 30,000. They buy a bag of rice, 60,000. They will pay for their house, take care for their children in school. What kind of life is that? It's set fire, you know. Really, I don't know what people are. For me, for my own idea, if it's possible, everybody, if it's possible, they can donate money in Europe. Even though they are making millions of dollars, donate. Like if every state, we send out something. That money, they know this boys we are talking this youth. If they see every state, they find 500, let's say 10 million, even 20 million, they will go out.
So who's going to donate all this money?
Europe.
We don't have unity, my brother. I beg you. I will not even use my platform to raise any money. You know, I don't want to be criticized. Never. You know.
I understand what you mean. I understand the idea, but without something action, nothing will happen.
Thank you,
these
sir.
people will not go outside with empty belly, no food in their stomach. How can they walk?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let hunger kill them. No problem. Let hunger kill them. Thank you. God bless you, sir. Hello. Good evening to you. Your name and where you calling us from?
Hello.
Hello. Thank you very much, madam. Oh, Madam Peterson. Thank you. Dennis Peterson. Talk to us, man.
Yeah. Mr. Elvis, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everybody. All protocols observed. I just want to add a kind of little words to what the last speaker just said about contributing. Actually, I was thinking about that. If we can donate, I was even thinking if every one of us in the diaspora can donate, even if it is $5 or €5, as much as we are, this can move these people to.
So who is going to organize that?
Well, we can form a group, even if it's a group of 5 people that come together. Some reliable people you can put together to organize this.
For me, madam, I can never be part of anything to do with raising money. You know, my name since I was born is extremely clean, and I don't want to be criticized. Yeah. To be honest, I don't want to be part of that at all. I don't want anybody to come here. We raise money. They see me for Dubai tomorrow. They send out their money. I take go Dubai. I'm not part of it.
That's true.
Yes.
You are right. Even if you remember, you're right. We could find another way out there.
Yeah, you guys can. Anything to do with this thing, you guys can do it on my behalf. I will echo it here. But for me to be to take the lead, I'm not part of that at all.
Yeah. Okay. We can do that. Secondly, I want to talk about when people say the Supreme Court judgment is final. I believe it is not final because, one, they did not follow the Constitution. And any country that the Constitution is damaged is at a very high security risk. As we speak now, Nigeria is on a very high security risk or ramification. So I believe, like one of the articles you read, they should review this judgment. I think it's
one of the son was saying it, that the judgment should be reviewed.
That's Barrister Michael Ozekhome.
Exactly. It's supposed to be like, because they did not follow the constitution. It is only one section of the country that gave this judgment. So all those, we have to look into it. So this is just what I say I should contribute. And I also want to say thank you for your effort and
God bless you,
everything you are doing. Remember my email, if you could put the WhatsApp, solution WhatsApp together for us. Even if we are 20 in number to come together, because not everything will come out here to discuss, because these satanic people are listening.
Like I said, anybody can put that together. To me, I don't really want to be part. I'm already doing my part here. You know, putting people together on a WhatsApp and all that. Anybody can do that. You know, whatever you guys come up with the solution, just bring it here and we take it from there. But for me, I can't do everything, madam. You know.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
Thank you so much. God bless you,
Thank you so much, Mr. Bless you too. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye. Hello, Mr. Edwin. Thanks for calling in, sir. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Hello, Naija Watch. Good evening, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Talk to us, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. My take is this: the whole of these people, they are not until they start to rise against themselves, like what Amici is doing now. It's one of those things we continue to wish them to do, misunderstand themselves. Like Atiku now has break out now. It's not against them. More like that has to come. Because if we now say we have to, now they are closing up every communication media now, indirectly. So the communication will just be like a graveyard. They will be there, but nothing will be, coming out functioning positively to the people. So this is the only thing I know. They are not trying to make us all to understand. They know they've finished this country. The gravity of their destruction is unspeakable. Most of people will not know it now. In the next 1 or 2 years, nearly all Nigerians will beg. And it is those people that is in abroad now that is even protecting the reason now why the mass protest is not out there, peaceful one. Because they are the ones sustaining most of those people back home. If the people are abroad, so it's okay. If people cannot fend for yourself, I think we are fed up here. Those people back home, when it hits them, they will come out. They will come out. And this man is a kind of a man, he does not forgive. That's another thing. All those people that gave him that hard-hitting problem, it's very good to go after them. He has started now as a dictator, directly or indirectly. People don't believe it, fine. Because that spirit of dictatorship, that Hitler spirit, is in him. He will do all these things like there will be no tomorrow. Like now, we all knew what he has given to Mahmoud. But people were saying, no, it's not going to be possible. But it has finally come to the limelight. It was 3 months ago that this thing was clearly mentioned in your own media, that Mahmoud must have got close to 100 million. And that is the same amount that you are seeing that you are displaying this evening. So, Naija Watch has been a thorn in their flesh, but not for destruction, but for saying it the way it is, telling the public and the entire Nigeria the simple truth. Now, we then now say, Naija Watch has destroyed them. No, but the truth has finally surfaced now. Can you imagine they now paid about 100 billion? Million. And the bank has to take about 6 million for transaction, not 6,000. Okay, we check that figure very well. I don't know, I've not gone through it, but I believe no bank will take 6,000 for 100 million. No bank will take 6,000 for 100 million. So please check very well. You will not say that maybe the bank has taken about 6 million. That is all Nigerian money. He kept on borrowing. At the end of the day, they rushed to swear him in, and that was what he planned with Buhari. Immediately he got that seat, he started taking Nigerian money to fight Nigerians. I don't know. Everybody is right now in a state of confusion.
Believe me, here, yeah, we experience racism, but it is nothing compared to Nigeria's tribalism. That's what Araka was trying to express earlier. But thank God that at least from our independence, we had Awolowo and we had Azikiwe and we have Tafawa Balewa. And those people believed that, yes, we can be one. Why don't we pursue that and be that one? And then out of that one, let's decide, oh, we cannot be anymore. But we are not anywhere yet. We are still going in circles. I remember when this case was going the way it was going, I had some submissions here calling for that judicial review because definitely something was going to miss, and it missed. Now, we have seen the whole problem. It's looking us in the face. No need going to the middle to start cutting. Let's start cutting from the root. And what that means is this. All those guys we sent to the National Assembly, I don't think you guys will need that 160 million naira vehicles. Because if you guys are supposed to do what you're supposed to do, you don't have to go anywhere. You guys will be sleeping in that complex because the country is in trouble. Let me give you an idea of what you have to tackle. One, we know now that it is very dangerous to hand one man that is unelected, hand him with that power of declaring who the winner of a presidential race is. We know that is a serious mistake. So you guys can even spend up to 2 weeks not going home, but sleeping there to decide exactly what is going to be done with regard to that section. 2, but the point, I guess, before you guys get there, ask yourselves one question. Like America, their constitution is drafted on one belief: to give us right to life and pursuit of happiness. You guys in Nigeria, what is that Nigerian constitution supposed to be? Or what is it supposed to achieve? What is the fundamental? Is it to guarantee right to life to Nigerians and the pursuit of happiness? If it is, use that as the main pillar and build around it, because that thing you call constitution is nonsense.
Engineer Francis, we lost you. We can't hear you anymore. Can anybody hear me?
Okay, yes, Mr. Elvis, we can hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Okay, that means, Engineer Francis, that's your fault.
My connection was playing up. That's why I couldn't.
Okay, are you back now?
I am, hopefully.
Okay, all right. They are attacking everybody. I understand.
It's all over. It's ridiculous and very, very frustrating. But it is well.
Talk to us, man.
Well, we'll look for alternative ways. That is why there are different ways to skin a cat, a rat, or whatever. We'll look for the alternative ways. And there's Rumble, Oga Elvis. There's Rumble. There is other platforms. Rumble, there is, which other one is there that I know of? There is London Real. These are new platforms coming up, but Rumble has been there for a while.
Okay, anyway, I've not heard of that Rumbles though.
Rumble, really, a lot of these big platforms are moving there.
Is it video engine platform?
It's video engine. It's like YouTube, but it's not as sophisticated as YouTube. But a lot of this, like Russell Brand, a lot of this truth tellers, truth seekers go there where their words are not,
yeah, I know about Telegram. Telegram allow you to talk and say anything you like and show anything you like and all that. But anyway, that's how it goes. Thank you.
It is well. Yeah, Barrister Michael Ozekhome was saying something about reviewing of the judiciary, though I did not hear what he said because my internet was playing up. A lot of the earlier submissions, I missed them. But from what you summarized, for me, the question is, who is going to review it? Who is going to do it? When we have the top CC chief certificate forger in charge, who is going to review the review? Is it the judiciary? Who is going to review INEC?
No, it will have to be 100% under the National Assembly, because they are now the ones that will have to wake up and rise to this occasion.
Exactly, but they are sleeping dogs. They are all
when
sleeping dogs.
You have the Senate leader as the chief legislator of the country.
But wait, if the Labour Party members and the PDP members will gang up, there will be a serious force to be reckoned with in that Senate. In fact, let nothing else, let no more bill be passed until they deal with this one.
That's why they're giving an SUV. They're giving an SUV.
They don't need the SUV if they will have to stay there and get this thing right. It's yelling for them to come and do something right. First of all, even that Imo and the Bayelsa elections coming up, they should even put it on the back burner, suspended, because that one man that is not elected, that's the point, is not elected by us, being the person that will make those decisions. We've seen where such decisions happened. You saw Dino and company walk out of that collation center. That means that this man's decision should be sent to the National Assembly to ratify. But for some reason, our stupid constitution, Electoral Act, which the Supreme Court is now taking over the constitution, happens to be what was prevailing. At least whatever you guys do, if you want to earn that 160 million naira car, do something for the people. What is that guarantee you are giving the people?
Oga Francis, I don't see, if they are not talking about the illegitimate CCF that is on seat, they will not do anything. This one is just talk. We know that they are not going to do anything. The question now is, there is a dire need to reform INEC, to review the judiciary, to reform it. But who is going to do it? It's not this government. And from all indication, the CCF has strategically put his goons in position in INEC. He has done some appointments of recs of his own bag carriers. You understand? So even subsequent elections beyond 2027, they would have been deeply entrenched into the systems of INEC, and they will know how to rig, what to rig. So how do we push them out? So for me, there is no.
Okay, let me ask
see this. Before this election came, they signed this new electoral bill. Majority of those senators never knew what the old transmission and the IREV. They knew at the last minute. That's why majority of them didn't come back to the house.
So do you think the ones that are in there now that they know the implication, do you think that they will leave it? They will tweak it.
Let's put it this way. Okay, look at this. Since these guys are beefing up INEC with their people, I call on the Labour Party members of the House and Senate, the PDP members of the House and Senate to team up right now and call for a suspension of those elections coming in Bayelsa and Imo. I'm sure that the National Assembly has that right to handle something like that. And that suspension will be based on them going through the whole thing. And then based on that, you will see that all these people they are flooding INEC with will be toothless. The Constitution has to be in front, and everything they draw will have to be drawn from the Constitution and not from INEC or somebody going to patch INEC and feed INEC with his people. PDP, LP, and all the other party members in the House and the Senate team up, because if you don't, we have a problem. Like here, they have this caucus in the House, and they call the Freedom Caucus, which is basically the Republicans, those ones that are the hardcore Republicans. Before any bill passes, you have to go and convince them. And they are not the ones that you can buy with money either. So the point is, you guys have to really form that kind of backbone to make this thing work. And part of what you are going to do is immediately hold whatever hearings, but to suspend what is going on in Imo, Bayelsa, and all those elections that are coming up. Because this one that went, we don't know where it went. And you guys have to, after that, then get back with all these other issues. And remember, at the bottom of everything is that guarantee you are making to Nigerians, which is right to life and pursuit of happiness. Where anything, any act from election to any place hinders or interferes with that right, that act is nonsense. And any judicial review will tell you that it is not constitutional. Like a judge in the Supreme Court asking whether they should act on the Electoral Act or on the Constitution. You don't have a question. That's nonsense. Justice Marshall in the US, 1855, answered that question. If it has any way of even trying to interfere with the Constitution, it's null. So all these technicalities you guys are saying in the Supreme Court, I guess, I hope you guys are not as dumb as that thing you guys declared that day. Because if you're that dumb, then I would say that all those people who you have ruled against, maybe to even have some go through the death penalty, that means you murdered them. Because if you can twist the law like that and you didn't twist it to save their lives, you murdered them. You didn't administer justice. That's not the way justice looks. It's not the way justice walks. It's not the way justice flies. It's not the way justice talks. Justice is something that anybody that is just sitting in his home can easily tell you what it is. It's not a guesswork. You guys make it look as if it's some sort of guess what will happen. No, we should know based on the Constitution. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Elvis. Mr. Elvis.
I don't think he's here, but go ahead.
Okay, I just want to quickly make a few submission regarding solution and then request be put backstage. I like what you just said, the last speaker. That's me. Is that Mr. Francis? I can't see the name.
Yes.
Yeah, you really make some good point. I want to add to that this is the time for each one of us Nigerians to decide which side we are on. Are we on the side of the solution? We are on the side of the enablers of the problem. Now, some of us are waiting for OB to make a pronouncement. I think if we are waiting for OB, we don't really know what is confronting us. We don't need OB. OB will make his own decision, whether he's part of the solution or is part of the problem. The Labour Party will make their own decision, whether they are part of the solution or they are part of the problem. The way it is now is that anybody, any Nigerian that continue to participate in this electoral charade called democracy, which is false democracy, is an enabler. Because these things has proven to us from top to bottom that this is not democracy, where the referee can change the rules in the middle of the game, where the rule of law cannot stand, where the Supreme Court is a joke. So if I were the Labour Party, which I'm not, or if I were OB, my first call, like you said, Mr. Francis, is to totally withdraw from any participation in any election. In fact, call for a rally in which all our PVC card will be cut into pieces and burned. That's number one. And then declare a total, whatever you want to call it, against this illegitimate government. And our objective will be to do anything within our power to bring it down, because we know that no change can come through this illegitimacy and the state capture that we have.
But the problem we have now is unity. The way
yes, I was going to address that. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, I was going to address that. Very good point. So as it stands now, what we need to do is to unite. When we unite, I'm not just talking about Obedient Party. Look, I'm talking about IPOB. I'm talking about Revolutionary Now, the Shogure people. I'm talking about Nadeko. I'm talking about even the Articulates, the Atiku people. We have to unite, because the monster that faces us now is affecting all of us. I'm talking about the middle belt. I'm talking about every section of our society. We have to come together, meet, and say, we have a common enemy. You're right. That unity, but it's not unity within obedience. I'm talking about universal unity, and say unity, this system is not working. Go ahead.
You really, I was going to ask you when you were saying we need I was going to say, so how best are we supposed to target this thing? Are we supposed to do it in our individual groups, or are we supposed to get a unified group by
unified group? Now this is how we go about it. Now, if the leadership wants to call meetings with each other to unite, that's good. But in the meantime, each of us have a specific thing that is paining us. The price of rice, the increase in the dollar to the naira. Everybody has pain right now. So if any of those organizations calls for a protest, we mandate it as a duty to attend it, even though we don't belong to that organization, because we are also in pain. So that's how we will do that on an individual level. Now, on the group level, I don't know what the decisions of each of these groups would be. I don't know what the Obedience will decide. I don't know what the Labour Party, but we'll wait for their speech. Because every Nigerian has to make up their mind, what they want to be, solution or enablers. That's number one. Number two. Now, let me give you a few ideas on how to do boycotts and rallies. There's what you can do, sit in front of your house. There's what you can do, dance nights. There's what you call burn voters card. There's what you can do, election boycott. There's what you can call an engine failure, where you bring your cars out to the street and the battery ran out and you park it on the major street so traffic won't move. Now, those are various ideas, but it has to be organized. And the purpose has to be stated, that it's because we have a system that is not working that we want to destroy the structure of criminality and impunity. Now, that's number one. Number two, because right now we are in a dictatorship, we are in a fascist state. We are in a state whereby the hijackers have hijacked the plane and they're going to crash this plane. So we have to fight the hijackers. Even if they're going to call us rebels, if they're going to call us any name, any of the state, it don't matter. We have to become the new ANC against apartheid. All of us. That's number one. Number two, we have to have a very powerful media house, probably sponsored from the diaspora. Very powerful. Powerful than Arise, powerful than Channel. That would be our voice of dissent. Without that media house, we will march in vain.
It will be for mobilization as well.
Yes, we need to join hands. Everybody, whether Niger Watcho, whether Nayegu, whether Dr. Damages, anything that, whether Virulent Space, anything that is out there as a voice of this dissent, these voices need to be heard inside each Nigerian house.
Mr. Emmanuel, that is fantastic submission.
Interject. I'm still going on. I don't want to lose my thought, but if you have any interjection, please say it.
Go ahead. Actually, I was going to say burning the PVC or voters card, let that be the final last option. Hold on to it.
No, well, I wouldn't put it in there in the order of preference. You know why? Leadership of organization decide, but this has to be included. Number two, we have to have what we call a legal section. We have to recruit lawyers, whereby the job of those lawyers will be to sue anything suable, even within this unjust system. You know why? Let me tell you. During the time of segregation, when school bought by Brown versus Board of Education, it was segregation that made Brown versus Board of Education possible in the United States, sponsored by civil organization. So we need to have a legal section. Their own job is just, they know they're not going to win in court, but their mission is to clog that in unjust legal system with lawsuit. If you have to sue the DPO, sue the DPO, sue the police commissioner, sue the local government chairman, sue anything you can sue.
Sue Mahmoud.
Following Nigerian law. Your objective is not to win, but your objective is to make their evil visible, just like Obi did with this lawsuit. So that's the legal section. We've got to have a legal section. Secondly, this legal section job will be to hold post holders accountable, lawmakers are accountable, lawbreakers accountable, whereby they would have no place to. So as we are suing them, our media house is covering it. As the judges are making stupid decisions, our media house is covering it. So we are making the evil visible to the evil, because evil can only prosper where there is no light. We have to be the light of that country. We have to be the salt of that country. And if the salt has lost its value, it's no more good for seasoning. That's from the Bible. Are you with me? So that's number two.
Very well.
Number three, we have to do this boycott issue like the card I mentioned that one. Organize protests in form of parties, organize sports events where speeches will be made, hold religious leaders accountable. You understand that they are closest to the people. You hold them accountable for the evil they support through this continuous thing. Then another thing is to focus on the young ones. The young ones, those in high school, those in the universities. I'm surprised our universities, our Luther system has died. When we were young, we were the conscience of the nation. All that is dead now. You have a student union leader riding in SUVs and shit like that. Anyway, so that's another mean. So this is a concerted effort because Nigeria is gone. Nigeria is gone. We can't fool ourselves. We either a solution or part of the problem. There's another one for the respect of this medium that I can't put out there. And that's the type that the ANC did during their fight against apartheid, or the type that the Irish Republican Army did during their fight for the liberation of Ireland. I can't put that one on this medium. I respect this medium, but these are my suggestions. And we'll wait for Obi speak. You don't need Obi to tell you to fight for your country. You got to be in a fighting mood. I would only say one thing. Look, Nelson Mandela said this statement. Let me read it out. He said, "I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and a free society in which all persons live together in harmony with equal opportunities. It is an ideal I hope to live for and to achieve. But if need be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die."
Like 5 years.
Fela also said it. If your conditions still they make you shake, make you realize, say, someday we go die.
10 years. But in terms of
I can hear voices.
How it is, if I come to your studio and tell my story, and everybody have their own story. But if you still want to know, to be honest.
Anyway, what you were saying, what you were saying.
Off our mic.
No, I think yeah, what you were saying is definitely it. But there is something I think is the low-hanging fruit, which we can actually use to get there, which is each and every one of those senators and representatives, they have a place that voted for them, right? They can start there from their region.
I want to humbly disagree with you.
Okay,
those senators and representatives are also captured. They are all part of the system.
That is why we have to force. We have to force the like minds.
The senators in question.
We have to force the like minds.
The senators in question are a bunch of thieves.
I know. They already did that.
Okay. I want to apologize earlier. I want to apologize.
But that is how we can get in there by penetrating them, at least bundling.
You can't penetrate them because they are all part of the system.
Oh yes, we can.
They are enablers.
I just want to get somebody say, please. Sorry. I'm very sorry. This is Christoph. I just the guy that was speaking before. What's your stage name?
My name?
What's the guy? Yeah. Is Elvis right there? Yeah, honestly, I really need. You said what?
You're talking about me. My name is Ferreira, Alaba Manuel Ferreira.
Okay, Alaba Emmanuel Ferreira. I don't know if Elvis is right there. I want to make a request from Elvis, you guys. Elvis, please, are you right there?
Elvis is not yet.
But the point, okay, Elvis, okay, now what I wanted to say, Elvis is gone to sleep, but I wanted to make a request from him, or to take a permission from him. I like your submission because some of the points that you're raising, believe me, these are the things that actually change the situation. Believe me, the National Assembly is captured I mean, people need to understand what it means to be for a country to be under a state capture. The judiciary is usually the last place for them to capture. Once they are done with the judiciary, there's nothing you can do about that country. Forget it. Nothing you can do about it. Nothing about the members of House of Reps. Nothing about because they'll be captured. Another thing that could also work, we have so many options actually. Another thing that could also work is to start recalling, which I've suggested before. We're working on that anyway. To start recalling the members of House of Reps, to start calling the members of Senate, from their constituency.
I don't mean to interject. That is going to fail. You know why? Because they control the judiciary.
Yes,
that's
not only going to fail, but it's going to take too much time. What we can do now, we can do that same thing they are doing on us, which is divide and conquer. One, I'm sure that the PDP guys will be in the camp. LP guys will be in the camp. And then you can start doing regional camp. I mean, those guys from certain areas that are affected, certain ways that are in APC, bring them to the hall. Believe me, before you know it, you will have a formidable force. And that force will now be able to tell you, INEC, that nonsense you're planning is over or is suspended until this. Of course, we know that any amendment that they come up with will have to go through a serious situation because it will have to be signed by Tinubu. But let them come up with it first.
Honestly, what I wanted to say, what I wanted to get from
INEC for a while, because I need to do some things in the house for now, but I'll be listening. You all can continue the conversation. I'll be a little bit in the background.
Okay.
You have any questions?
I'm going to ask Mr. Elvis to help me get in touch with you.
Oh, I'll put it on the chat. I have no problem.
You'll put it on the private chat.
Yeah, my name and everything. I'll put it on the private chat.
Yeah.
Okay, because I also wanted to take a permission from Mr. Elvis. I just created what's it called, a Telegram, but it's not for everybody anyway. It's for specific kind of people, so that we can, because there's some things we cannot discuss right here.
Yeah,
you understand? There's some things we can say on this platform.
I'm in America. I'm in Chicago. So.
Okay, I live in DC.
Okay.
Yes. So that's just for that. There's a things we can discuss here because
I'll
of the
still
rules.
be listening. Okay.
Yeah.
Engineer Francis, when we say we want them to change and try and change the constitution, all these senators, the only way out to amend the constitution, the main thing now is to make sure that we don't make that place conducive for them. We will make sure that we don't make that their office conducive for them by making sure we are protesting there 247.
And that is a very another valid point.
When they are comfortable, when you are comfortable, you go there and be laughing and talking rubbish. But when you know outside your doorstep, when you close, you can't go home, you can be stoned, anything can happen to you, they will not tell them to do the right thing. They will not tell them. Because I know the last time we had NSAS, it got to a point, the police orderlies were taking off them. They couldn't move freely. They couldn't move freely. They blocked their cars. They blocked their cars. They couldn't travel. They were all scared.
You know, the fearful thing with this, the fearful thing with the House and Senate is this unanimity. When they are so united in giving themselves 160 million, that is very scary. You should always have some, at least where you have a 12,
like
there
I
must
said,
be a Judas. You should always
like I said,
have some.
the majority of them went there for the money. They went there for the money. When you know in your community you can't go back, you can't go there and talk. And most times when they go to their community, they don't go to where people I will see them. They come to their own, they have their own GR where they stay. They don't come to the community to come and meet the people at the ground or at the grassroots. They don't go there again after election.
I thought that's why they are buying the SUV so they can be going to town hall meetings in their districts.
My senator in my state, Delta State, where will you drive that the SUG past? Is it Benin Expressway that is bad? The SUG is for them to just be lounging in Abuja. They can't travel with it. The truth is, let us be sincere. They are just wicked people. They can't travel. The roads are bad. You saw one was talking there that the
as a matter of fact, considering the Nigerian system, I will also suggest that they put it somewhere in some amendment to the Constitution that each and every elected senator and representative, that they should have a certain number of town hall meetings per year where they go back to their district and have a heart-to-heart conversation with their people. Because apparently when they go to Abuja, they forget where they came from. So they should not make it a law, mandatory for them to schedule their time, but have a certain number, maybe 2 or 3 town hall meetings with their people that sent them. That way they will always have their finger on what is happening in their area that they are representing.
Engineer Francis, I'm talking about a senator in my own area. The last town hall meeting I saw them, they were sharing motorcycle and keke to people that have been selected. You understand? So it's these people know what they are doing.
And that is what we don't want them to be doing anymore. That thing they know they are doing, we don't want it anymore. We don't even want to hear it anymore or entertain it anymore. Let's tell them and show them what to do, because they apparently don't know what to do. That's why the whole place is messed up.
You see, let me just say something. You see, this country is being captured for a very long time. It's just that Nigerians were just busy fighting themselves with religions and tribalism. You know. That was what 1, 2, and this. The third 2 was poverty. You see, they are smart dudes. Also, remember, if people who screw such constitution just to favor them, you think they're going to make any law that will disenfranchise their interests? It's never going to happen. there was a lot of complaint. There was a lot of complaint before the election. That was one of the reasons they have to, amend the electoral law. What did they do? Did they amend the electoral law to favor the Nigerian people? Actually, they didn't. So these guys will always look for one thing because they've captured the country. They're never going to make any reasonable law.
And that is one good thing that that is one good thing that will come from this dispensation, because right now we are now going to force it on them that no more that selfishness and don't care about us. If the Constitution is to guarantee us life and pursuit of happiness, and part of that pursuit of happiness is this road, and you spend the money for that road to buy yourself SUV, definitely you are in default.
And while we are trying to get them to be accountable to us, remember, it is not going to cost us nothing. It's going to cost us a lot, because they are not going to sit down and watch. They will put out they'll deploy every ammunition available to them to use against us. So that is why we need to be very strategic, just like Alaba was saying. A strategy is very, very crucial in whatever we are going to do going forward.
All the senators, they don't care about us. Many years back, when planes were falling from the skies, suddenly they changed aviation minister, make sure all the airports were okay. They made sure that everything was up to standard, all because they use the flights. If it doesn't affect them, they don't care.
That was then. That was then. But this is now.
It's still like that.
But they still don't care now. Look at the justice. Just look at the recent judgment.
Even
they still don't care right now.
Supreme Court justice, that was then. What they are planning tomorrow, that was then. Let's show them what will happen. This is now going on. No more entertainment.
Yeah, that's why, honestly speaking, whatever I think we will even discuss, some of those things that will be discussed, like some of those strategies, not supposed to be put out there in the public, because you don't show them.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
I think Alaba has brought some very, very strategic ideas. But how do we harness the ideas? How do we harness, mobilize those that would be able to be part of the think tank together to move those ideas?
Before you can mobilize, madam.
Other ideas.
Sorry, madam. Before you can mobilize, you need to have a formidable team, which is
no, for mobilizing the team. That's what I'm saying.
You need to first of all have team leaders like me, people like the guy that was speaking before that I requested for his contact. Yes, these are some of the people that have, that could really, that if they even go, if you assign them to go on TV to talk, when they talk, Nigerians will, you understand what I'm saying, because they will just bring out the real points and pop it out there, and then Nigerians will listen. Yes, so we need people like that. We don't need huge people, because with solid people, with solid people, you're okay. With solid, once you have good solid people, believe me, you're okay. Today I was also thinking about, I was listening to Omoyele's show. I was like, yeah, but this guy can actually, if we should stand by Omoyele's show right now, something could also happen, because he's not afraid. So the only thing is that
you see, for me, people.
When it comes to protest, if we're looking at someone that can actually, if we say this weekend we're looking at somebody that could pull something right now, he's the only person.
I don't see that. Personally, I don't know him that well. This dispensation exposed him on the side that showed a side of him that I'm not keen on. If you love Nigeria, if you are really fighting for Nigeria, you will rise against anything and look for how to come together with people he should know what Alaba just said.
Now, what I'm trying to say, Madam, what I'm trying to let you understand, Madam, let me give you this point. Just let me give you this point. What I'm trying to make you understand is that we might be thinking on Monday election wants to use us. Why are we not thinking on how to use him to get what we want?
I'm not saying he's going
That's
to
my
use
point.
Something.
I'm not saying, in fact, if he's going to come, I was one a couple of days ago. I said, when we were talking about the lack, what the movement lacked is somebody with that kind of character that behind him. And I said, if only Showore was that kind of person. He's not the leader. He's not the leader to take us to the new dispensation. No, but why can he not be that support? Why Peter Obi is that calm, gentle eagle? Showore can be that dragon that will put fire at the back.
Yes, because if we still
Showore is not that kind of person. Showore is a greedy person. During the campaign, he had opportunity to merge with Obi. Pride and greed didn't allow me, because if he had stepped down and said he was joining Peter Obi and move his people, by now there will be fire in that country.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking from party level now.
If he talks now, it will only take grace of God for people to still follow him. That's the kind of person he is.
No, now what I'm saying is that
everybody on board.
What I'm saying is that we're not looking at party right now. We're looking at a Nigerian thing. That's what I'm looking at. We're looking at a Nigerian thing, not party, because this type of protest or whatever we want to organize, it's not going to be by party. It's going to be by a Nigerian stop, because there is so much
unity is desperately needed.
Peace off. Let me tell you one thing. An average Nigeria, let us forget whether we are abroad. An average Nigeria will not do anything for nothing. Showore will not go to jail if he's not getting something. That's the kind of people they are. I can say it anywhere, anyhow, anytime. Because he knows if this thing goes through, Peter becomes the president, he wants something. That is the kind of person they are. Because if at that time we're campaigning, he had come together and an agreement with Labour Party and they merged, this won't be saying all this by now, because I know if Obi didn't come out after that wrong declaration, he would have come out, and then it would have been a different ball game, because it would have been easier canceling the election when Buhari was on throne, not when we have Tinubu now. That would have been the best thing. But now for him to come out, it takes the grace of God. But if he does it, I think with him, if he's listening to me, he will win my heart again.
But the key message, the key thing here is we need unity. We need people. What the unifying factor should be that we are against what is going on right now, and we want the change. We want justice. We want the right thing to happen. We want every Nigerian to enjoy the benefits of the so-called democracy that we are enjoying in countries abroad. And for all of us with that like mind, forget party, forget religion, forget tribe, and with unity of purpose and focus on the enemy that is within and around, there is nothing that we cannot do. And that is the reason why they have always used this, they have always used division. If you look at every system of governance, dictatorship or whatever evil, for evil to prevail, there has to be division. The people would, the masters that be, look at ways to divide people. And once there is that division, everybody is to your own tent. Everybody is to their own. My bread, my belly first before the next person.
The issue right now is, to me, as a person, Nigerians are united, but we need someone to let them know what unites them. What unites you is the amount you spend on buying petrol. What unites you is the fact that you don't have light in your house. What unites you is that the price of buying foodstuff is not different from my own. The day they start someone needs to start tell them what is biting them. Because we can be 2 million people here. I can survive. I can survive. I can survive. God will help me. God will help me. That is what has been in their head. Believing that everything will be fine one day. Everything will be fine one day. Until someone tells you things are not well. Today, I looked at how much pounds changed to a naira. It is 1,540 naira. 1 pound is
yesterday it was 1,505.
Now that 1 pound here is me buying a bottle of Coke. I can't imagine myself buying a bottle of Coke 1,500. I'm not buying a crate. The day Nigerians get to know what is happening is because the picture is not clear to majority of them. Looking at the Naira exchange and the fact that there's no job, people are not feeling fine. They don't know the effect of, majority don't know the effect. Education is, they need to be educated and let them know what they are facing. No human being will ever dream to pass through this kind of government for the next 1 year. I can't imagine you're taking a pound to 1,500. By December, that people are saying you turn to 200, 2,000. How will you buy material, raw materials from abroad to produce things? How will you buy things? How will you clothe? How will you buy shoes? How will you feed? Because they don't know all these details, it is assumed you go to the market, you just buy it. God will provide. God will provide. It is the same God will provide. God will provide. God has provided you a savior in Peter Obi. It is your time to come out and do your part. You can't keep fasting and praying for Nigeria to be better when all the ingredients is ready for you to cook and you are staying in your house. You say you don't want to come out. If you do not come out, if this week passes and Nigerians are now on the streets, it is over. These people have won. Tomorrow is Monday, Nigerians. Tomorrow is Monday.
And that is the thing. With each day that passes, they are losing fear of us. Because in all honesty, they have fear. They have fear of the unknown, of what we can do. They have fear. They know that the number is on our side. They know.
But
and as a result of that, they are
Do we know that the number is on our side?
They know we have the numbers, but we have not come out to show that, yes, we have the numbers. If we show we have the numbers, then they will know. Because the truth is, the police you are scared of shooting you or molesting you, they have children that go to school. They have wife that go to market. Is there a market they go to that is different from your own?
And their own living condition is even worse.
It's even worse. Looking at an average, if you look at an average Nigerian police, not the ones with the politicians, they look haggard.
But we
when I see them, when I'm traveling, and you see them on the roadblock, the symbol of poverty all written over them. Uniform is.
Then when you go to their barracks, then you will now know that that symbol that you saw of poverty is even far better than their own living condition. When you see their children,
Nigeria should just come out. You should come out and do the protest. They give us at least if it is Okada, use Okada. Block everywhere. You can't buy. How much
you buy? Right? Let us not just hinge and depend on just the protest. The protest will not touch them. It is like pouring water on a duck's back. They will just shove it.
Exactly. No. This time, honestly speaking, the protest is going to work. One thing these guys are afraid right now is any protest. Believe me, because the country is porous right now.
Let me be clear. The kind of protest that I don't know what kind of protest you're talking of, but I'm just talking of the normal kind of our peaceful protest. Go out. That will not.
No. I'm not talking about that type of protest. No, but I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk on those things. I don't want to talk on those things on the platform. Yes, I'm saying.
Look at it this way. Let's
leave it out. let's leave it abnormal protests. You understand what I'm saying? Like, but that is going to work. We have to tell people that it's going to work. You understand what I'm saying? You understand? So, but those that will be in charge definitely know exactly what to do and how to keep the protests going. We know what will happen. I mean, we're not stupid. We've been.
Let's not dwell on that alone. Let's
and for our techie savvy people, those who have the IT skills and knowledge, please bombard them.
During protest, all skills will be deployed. That's how it used to work. But a protest has to start. You understand what I'm saying? During protest, all skills will then be deployed. But something has to start somewhere.
That's it. But then we have to deploy the kitchen sink strategy. We are not going to only fight from that end, but from every other end. That's why the protest will be okay. Tomorrow, I'm going to publish the names of the PDP, their information, the PDP, I mean, not PDP, but the LP members of the Senate and their contact information. Let's bombard them. Let them come up with a bill, some amendment.
What you said happened during the NSAS. I was surprised to have people's numbers were sent on the WhatsApp group. They were calling them, numbers were going. Even to know what was going.
Good. Let's get them to propose a bill. First of all, that will halt this election going in Imo and Bayelsa and other. But let them halt it until at least now we have seen that 94 million euro. So we know that one man that is not elected by the people making that decision is definitely wrong. So let them come up with a bill. Let them get the PDP members of the Senate too. Let them team up. Let somebody sponsor the bill and let the others co-sponsor it. However they do it. But the point is, let them be fighting from that end, and then we will be talking about the protest from the other end. Let's throw the kitchen sink at them, everything. And let all of them be working immediately at the same time. That's what I'm thinking. Because if we say, okay, let's wait for protest or let's wait for the senators, that's nonsense. And to start off, each and every one of them that gets that 160 million naira vehicle, sell it and use the money to do something in your community, in where you came from, that we can verify.
Now, this is my other kind of like suggestion. Why don't we say, let's compare the National Assembly, maybe the protest can come out from there, comparing them to immediately impeach a certificate forger, because we cannot accept that since the judiciary have failed, then we're comparing them to impeach a certificate forger because he forged a certificate. You know,
impeachment will not work for one reason. Impeachment is based on what you committed while in office, not before you came to office. So so far, I don't see anything he has committed other than nepotism.
But now I see why a lot of people are saying that the constitution needs to be brought down. I can't really understand it now, because you don't say if someone is caught, if someone committed a crime before, once he got to the office, then you can no longer impeach him.
That's the problem.
Unless he committed an offense that it requires impeachment. I mean, that's crazy. And a criminal is a criminal. The day you find out, you take him out.
That is part of the amendment. We will push on them, somebody to propose that amendment, and then let them get it going. So there are a lot of things that the National Assembly should be doing. But driving around in a $160 million vehicle is not one of them. What they should be doing is sleeping in that floor of that house, coming up with a whole lot. In fact, this election has exposed a whole lot of things that they need to be doing. And part of it, to start with, I still keep hammering it. giving one man that was not elected by the people that authority to pronounce who the winner is. Here, they have electoral college. When every state comes up with all their votes and everything, they go to Washington. And at the electoral college, which is between the Senate and the House, that's where they will make the final pronouncement of who the winner is. Not one person deciding and then saying go to court. Court should not be deciding that. That's not part of the court's issue. If this election petition was handled in the National Assembly, I'm quite sure that it would have been different, because the PDP senators, the LP senators, and all those other senators will be against this thing. And all this whole thing about bribing a few people to get the thing would have been nonsense. So we need a serious overhaul and amendment to that particular section first, before they can even go to say that they are going to have an election in Imo State or Bayelsa or Kogi.
The system needs to be changed. That's what I can say, because the more they amend, the more they also open other loopholes for. You see, these guys are criminals. They are, remember, a thief, a criminal wants to be smarter somehow. So when they look at what they do with the electoral law, they made us believe, and just for us to find out that they kept us talking and talking and talking. American system is be fixed. So American system is not fixed.
American system since 1776 up till tomorrow, they are still amending and adjusting. So
yeah, but it's been fixed a long time. Whatever amendment they're doing, there are some things they've not even touched a long time, because some of those things are somehow, it's not perfect, but it's working. The Nigerian system is programmed. The Nigerian system is programmed to fail. For example, if you look at whenever they want to make any amendment, you say what?
We can still amend whatever is wrong. The only thing is,
what I'm saying is that these guys are not going to amend anything that we disenfranchise them. It's not going to happen, because it's obvious.
But this is
what they're doing. There's a difference between what they're doing.
Don't you see? This is the best time, because this is the best time we have PDP, LP constituting a large number of members in the Senate.
I'm not talking about PDP or LP. I'm talking about the Nigerian stuff, the Nigerian thing.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If PDP is seriously aggrieved at this decision, LP the same. PDP and LP members of the Senate are a very huge number. The APC can definitely do what they will do, but not to sidetrack them. And then among that PDP and LP, you will see some northern state senators that are from APC that still don't like what is going on, that you can pull to the side. That is the
let me see another thing.
Wait. That is more like having Republican and Democratic senators. So in this case, we are like evenly divided. And at that point, when they go into their debate session, that is when the masses, the public, will now start getting their own input. As a matter of fact, this might as well be the best Senate we have to make.
But what I see in the PDP and APC, Labour Party, whether they be senators or members of House of Rep, believe me, they don't care, because they've gotten their position already.
We have to make them care.
They don't care. These guys are in bed with APC members. I know a lot of them so well. Why people? If you watch during the time why Atiku was going to court in Chicago, who were the people? Go and look at the people that were even attacking Atiku, not APC members. They were PDP members. Look at Reno Omokro.
I understand.
Look at all the people. They were the ones.
I understand what you're saying, but that is if you were to look at it as the way it was. That was then. Now we are going to give them the formula they will use. LP, PDP, you guys team up. You guys come up with a bill.
And Francis, there's something you are forgetting. Nigerian politics they are not sincere. Politicians are not sincere. I can be carrying PDP flag, but my attitude and behavior is APC. That is what's happening there. That is what's happening there.
Then we have to expose their behind.
When it is politics time, which vehicle will I use to get into the house? I use PDP, I enter. I use APC, I enter. I use Labour Party, I enter. When I get there, they are a different human being. They are a different human being.
Did you see any one of them that rejected the money to buy SUV? None.
I cannot reject it. I cannot reject it.
Okay.
The same thing.
So those type of people that do you know what that money really is for? You think that money is actually to buy SUV? That was the money that was given to them to bribe them before the presidential judgment. But a lot of people are not looking at it this way. Yes. You guys don't even understand what happened.
Because
that was a bribe.
The person in question, which is Bola Tinubu, is a crook that sits down on a chess table and plays the game and knows what to do at the right time. He's been playing them and he will continue playing them.
And the worst thing is he's using our money to bribe.
The year is ending.
That was a bribe. What a 60 million naira was a bribe. Look at it. Immediately
not a bribe from his pocket, but a bribe from Nigeria's future oil sales.
He doesn't care.
They don't care. You see, when I saw people saying that, oh, they want to buy SUV, or when I saw them say that they want to buy SUV, I was looking at Nigerians. Can't you see? This is a bribe.
If you steal crude oil, it's a government thing. Do you want to tell me that Tinubu is not in that stealing? There is no way out. That guy is involved. The issue of crude oil theft is dead now. It's at a different level. If you find that now, it's a different level. They're not talking about it again. They're quiet about it. Because the cabal that is stealing the crude oil has finally got in. That's why I said, a miracle, it's my turn to start stealing. This man does not need money. Even if he wants money, he knows what to do to get money, to do what he wants to do. Budget, the year is ending. They will soon start talking about budget of 2014, 2024. They will start talking about that budget. That's when you now see the real greed in that house. They will bring their budgets.
And that is why we have to stop them before they start. We have to put pressure on them to start looking straight. Believe me, somehow it will work. If we put pressure on the senators, PDP, LP, you guys team up.
I just pray tomorrow the people will come out for the protest. And go.
Let me tell you, what people will respond to anything that has to do with official things. Believe me, people are not going to respond to those things. You know why? Because people are disappointed. People don't want to hear. They already know that whatever they want to ask them, they're not going to get anything. So people don't look at after the judgment. Everybody just kept quiet. You know why? Because people already knew.
The labor union in question.
People already knew what was going to happen.
The labor union will call for a strike today. In 2 days, it is off. All because money has exchanged hand. The labor union has that strength to cripple the economy. But because they keep exchanging money, things keep changing. It will get to a point they can't pay them salary. People are being owed salary in Nigeria, and they are still going to work. How can I be going to work? You're not paying me, and you want me to come to work? Nigerians are still going all because there is no work, so they won't replace me. I keep borrowing money to go to work. Is that life? Nigerians, is that life? When they say come out to come and protest, it's all because of
that's interesting actually, because
civil servants, state government,
I don't
teachers, everybody's being old. They are being old.
Up till now, I can't place a finger on what it is that I would say.
3 months, 4 months, they are owing them salary. 3 months, 4 months. Husband and wife working in the same place. Civil servants, federal government. They are owing them money.
Even the civil servant right now, they need our support. They need us to help them because their leadership had also failed. Because each time they want to hold a protest to demand for their rights, then they will just give them impression. Then maybe 12 a.m. They always break the announcement in the midnight. By morning when you wake up, you're going to see the news that the protests have been cancelled. Oh, we are negotiating this, that. You understand what I'm saying? So everybody's been captured. Everybody is captured.
Tinubu in question has been in the government for donkey years. He knows how they do it. Military era, civilian era, he's been there. So he knows all the back and fronts of corruption. He has PhD in corruption, but no certificates for it. He's a PhD holder in corruption. That man can steal you blind.
Do you know what it means to go state certificate all the way from Chicago and brought it to Nigeria? You think it takes a lot of skills. It takes skills to do that.
Yeah, it's not even the skill. The fact is the guy has guts to go to a foreign country, commit so much crime up to the point that FBI has information about you. You don't live there. You were not born there. And then you have so much documents with them that they are claiming to be crime documents of you. You went to a school. You didn't go to the school at any time, but you have something from the school.
Funny enough, did you see the social security number released by the CSU on those documents? You saw the social security number. If you run a background check, if you run a background check on that social security number with the name that they brought, it will bring out a female.
It's a female. A one doctor.
A female. You see that?
Yes. She's a doctor.
Yes.
So that it's like that man is just a crook.
I'm saying the document that CSU provided that contains the social security number. I'm not saying the one that is flying on the internet, but the ones that the CSU itself provided.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, that social security number is not his social security.
It's not his own.
No, it's a female. From that point, when I looked at the social security number since that day, anything about Reno Mokri was gone. He's a fake pastor, as he had claimed. A liar, a fake pastor, a deceiver.
We can see Yakubu.
A deceiver.
The money they are sent to Yakubu.
He's gone.
You see them share before. He shared that kind of money before he got into government.
Shameful.
If Tinubu can share that kind of money to somebody, he hasn't got into government. You can imagine how much he'll be sharing. And he's borrowing money from Nigeria now to be shared to another set of group. They will buy the SUV. After buying the SUV, he's going to settle all the police and army chief. That's the thing. That's the thing. I watched a video when in his office when he said, what's this boy's name? I think it's spokesperson in gallery. He said your job is secured. Can you just imagine their jobs are secured? And the chief army staff still saluting him. You are saluting someone that doesn't have certificates. You that went to military school, went to read everything. You are saluting someone that doesn't have a certificate from nowhere. Just a shame. I wish only this man has integrity in any part of his body to just come out and say, okay, I'm sorry, let me leave, which I know he will not do.
Do you know the God I serve in this administration right now? Because Peter B is a calm person. Believe me, if Peter B was not a calm person, this government would have been toppled. Since.
But do you know God. if Atiku was actually the winner, this is not what we're saying. What we'll be doing now is not what we're saying, because
Atiku himself knows that he didn't win the election. He was just trying to, you understand? He knows. He knows, of course. He knows he didn't win it. So he was just trying to see if, if by chance they remove Tinubu, you understand? They'll just consider him. You understand?
I think one of the reasons why Atiku went this all out is realizing that the tiger they did not cage when it was a cub has now finally grown, and it is going to come and swallow them all. So he knows, they know this, he knows these people, this person right to his bathroom. He knows the kind of human being that person is. Then he knows in total how dirty, unclean, and dangerous he is. And that little sanity in him, that little moral that resides in his heart, has told him that maybe I need to do something to repair what we've allowed. Because if they had done their due diligence when this man was supposed to be behind bars, if they had not turned their eye to the other side and partied with him, we will not be where we are today. So they are part of the problem. He is part of the problem. And that is the reason why they say, for those, I think Alabama said, made a proverb, something like, the dangerous thing that could ever happen, it's not a dangerous person being in power, but it's for the good people keeping silent and not doing anything. And that is why we are where we are. And that is why we should not relent. Whatever it takes, we should not move on.
It's even terrible than Abacha. It's worse than Abacha. His tenure as a president is worse than Abacha. Everybody is crying in silence. Everybody is crying in silence. Turn everybody to beggars. Turn them to gamblers.
And they are not, you see, they are
everywhere. You can't walk, you can't go to work, you can't wake up and say, yeah, I'm going to a job. You see young people, they just finish from school, they finish NYSC, you come back to their house, no job. Your parents that struggle to send you to school are now pensioned. Pension, they're not really paying. What kind of life?
There's a woman that I just saw on Instagram. She came out after church, I think it was a deliverance session. And she said her whole family, including her children, are on drugs. Just let that sink in.
And I do mind.
I'm just looking at it on Instagram.
And I do mind is the devil's workshop.
That's frustration.
While I was sitting back home, I had a lot of them around me. They do Yahoo. I sit down with them and talk. It's not as if they like it, but there's no job. You see them, they have kids, they have wife, they want to move on their life. They can't eat, they can't feed, they can't even do anything. They struggle to pay their rent. And just the few around me, not talk of the millions everywhere. Today, I was just watching my Facebook in a church. I have not seen where you are coming to a church, you are spraying money as if you are a party. Young boys, you are spraying pastor. And tomorrow we say go to church and pray. This is a church. You saw it was really annoying to see a pastor.
That's why Christ, and according to the Bible, Christ drove them off the pulpit. He whipped them with cane. He said, "You turn my father's house to a house of a business, tips, you all tips." You see, who's going to do that today?
It's very annoying. The boys were asking this, all as if the money, they were carrying the money, bundles. They were explaining the full floor was littered with money. I thought it was paper. Until I saw it was really money in their hand.
Do you know why our government is quiet? You know why our government is quiet? Because they are guilty too. They do the same things too. Can these guys, these people doing this, can it happen? It cannot happen in the United States. Before you're done, you'll be picked up. At least they're going to know where you get this money from. And secondly, it's against the rules. If you're not a celebrity, of course, we know that celebrities sometimes they do some crazy stuff. So they have some kind of preference, you know. But
from the video, those guys are not up to 24, 20, 25 safe. They're spraying money, dancing in front of the church.
You spray money, you're caught on camera. Man, you're gonna tell the government where you got the money from. Where you got the money from? What's your job? Who's your client? What about job? What about contract did you do? Can you show it to us? That's it. Now they're doing such nonsense on social media, and they're making other people, other less privileged people, to think that, hey, come on, we're gonna make money now. We're gonna do stuff now. You see that? They're influencing the public negatively.
Now, once they get their SUV, now everybody wants to buy the same SUV. That's going to be the next thing. All the people that have money will be chasing how they want to buy this SUV. These senators are using. That's kind of lifestyle we have. They'll be chasing money to buy the kind of SUV.
It's only in Nigeria I've seen people who do not have a job looking for money to buy a car, not to do business.
Just for moving around.
They're looking for money to buy a car, but they're not looking for money to do business because they just want to show up. They want to show up.
Right. The fake life that we live here. The fake life now is reducing.
If you're abroad, you want to buy a car, I could understand, okay, you need a car to go to work. You need to do this. But in Nigeria,
these boys are okay and comfortable with the way the country is. That's to be the real truth. The fact that dollar is going up, they are happy because they are cashing out in dollars and pounds. So they don't care whether you protest or you don't protest. The air SARS was affecting them because police were really clamping down on them. If the police start clamping down on them again now, they will start talking. But of course, if the police even stop them now, they pay police officers, they pay them their rights, they give them money.
But do you remember how NSTAR started? It's all about Yahoo stuff like that. Oh, they stop the guy. Yes, I'm saying because these guys were against them, these guys rose up. They turned the country upside down.
The truth is, the thing started in Ugeli. That same period, my senior brother sells car. He stays in Canada. A Yahoo boy came to the car showroom and bought a Dodge Charger from the shop. And then after taking the car away, the mechanic that worked on it, the police arrested the mechanic, arrested the sales rep to their office, and I went there to just go and bill them. Now, you've seen someone else's body. Why didn't you catch the Yahoo boy if you want to catch Yahoo boy? All because they knew the boy has just gotten some money. They have access in the bank. You have informants that give the information about these boys. Once the money comes, they'll tell the police chief that so person has taken money, so amount of money. This is his number, call him. So he will go there and meet the DPO and settle the DPO. Because he didn't settle the DPO, he bought the car, took the car, left town. The boy left town, so they couldn't get him. So they didn't even know where he came from. That's because the police is also a problem too. There's also a problem. You say a small boy driving a big car, you've not asked what is he doing.
No, Evo, my point is because we need to have laws, rules, and regulations. On a normal day, police is not supposed to just stop you just because they see you driving a fine car. But like some of those show up like things that could just surface on the internet, people spraying money, a lot of money. This should, attract you. This should cause attention. You need to ask questions because they are studying.
What you said is okay. but not in Nigerian context. You see a boy that just left school. He can barely speak good English. He drives a car of 20-something million around, and then police stops you and asks you busy questions. You can't talk. You start blabbing. Where do you work? You can't say what you're doing.
No, but it's also it's also logically that attitude is also not good for police to just stop you on the road and start asking you questions, because that's where you say kidnapping. That's why you say. No, let me just finish. I understand. Let me just finish. If you want to have a society that is good, that is free of crime, police needs to work with intelligence. You don't just stop somebody on the road, no crime committed, you have no information about the person, you have no arrest warrant, you just stop the person and say, what are you doing? How do you get this one to buy this car? If you do that in the United States, the police is going to go to jail. Now, because number one, if a police finds huge amount of money, even in the United States, you don't allow police to see how much you have. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, because money is the root of all evil. If you have a lot of money, anybody could be tempted.
I'm giving you a detail now. A young boy goes to a bank. He goes to a bank. He has account officer. They've paid money from abroad, wired to his account. As he collects the money, the same bank people tell the police people what has gone through that guy's account. Instead of investigating how he got the money, they don't care. But because you that have the money too, your money is not genuine, you tend to start to bribe the police people. So when you bribe the police people, they have a cartel like that. So they all settle. They settle police. Once the money comes, there's a chairman you settle. There's different levels you settle. You settle the police, settle everybody, settle community. Whatever is left is your own. It's only when they are greedy, the police are chasing them up and down.
That means the police themselves are an accomplice, because because you can't live in such a system. If, for example, I have if this is the first time I have $1 million launch into my account right now, I know for sure that FBI is already on the lookout. They're not going to come to me. You understand what I'm saying? They're already tracing that money without my they don't need to come to me. You understand what I'm saying? They'll start tracing where the money comes from, who sent the money, and for what purpose, without your knowledge, because they're not going to come to you straight like that, except somebody writes a petition against you. You understand that? So then, if you want to get to the bank to withdraw the money, to withdraw a huge amount of money, and that's the first time you're doing that, while you are right there in the bank will notify the FBI that they've not seen you withdraw this type of money before, and they don't know the type of business you're doing, that you could have access to such money like this. Then the FBI is going to get to the quickly to the courts and get an approval to interrogate you. Without an approval, they're not going to be able to interrogate you. Once they come to you, already know that they've gone to the court, they've gotten approval to interrogate you, to know how you got the money, everything. Even if you are shouting, believe me, they already gone to the courts, because even at night they can get approval in the midnight from the courts, and then they will come to you, they interrogate you, how you got the money, what business you're doing. If it's clean, if they see it, they will apologize to you. They will really apologize to you. They will even introduce you. The money is clean. They will introduce you to the sheriff in that county. If you are not a good person, you are doing community work. Oh my goodness, you become their friend. You see, they are not going to be asking you for money, but they're still going to be watching you. You think that they are your friend, they are actually not your friend, because they're still watching you where you're making this money, where are you getting this money. They're going to be watching you 24/7. Because if you start to stop people on the streets like that, you just stop somebody on the street and ask the person, what are you doing? How much money you got? This man, it can cause a lot of.
I can't also blame the police officer, because they are all corrupt, and an average young boy that drives a car is a Yahoo boy. You get like I traveled now. I left my car for my brother. The day he drove it, the police officer stopped him. He was calling me on WhatsApp here, and the policeman was not talking rubbish from his mouth because my name's on the document, but his driver's license is different. So are you telling me I can't send my brother with my car to get me something?
Was the car reported to be stolen?
No. The car,
now, actually, if the car is not reported, to have been stolen, it doesn't matter who is driving the car. The police do not have the right, except that car has been reported to be stolen.
That's what brought the NSAS. That's the way they behave. That's the way they behave.
The system is messed up. A car that is not reported to have been stolen.
Let me give you the story. I was going to the embassy to get my passport. I traveled with 3 young boys in the bus, 1 elderly lady, and I sat at the front. Every checkpoint we were stopped, and these boys were being harassed. The last checkpoint, these boys were stopped. I think one of them paid 25,000, one paid 50,000. They checked their phone, saw the money.
But for what?
This thing happened, I think, after NSAS. I stayed in that police checkpoint for 30 minutes before they let them go. They had to drive them on a bike to a nearby village to use the POS to extort them money. If you go to Nigeria today, that is still going on.
And we are talking about a medical constitution. Nothing. The system just needs to be reset, honestly speaking.
So
we need to reset the system.
I was checking someone's bag. They were traveling. They brought them out. This guy was dipping his hand in someone's bag, looking for what God knows what. The country is in a real mess. It's a plane that is flying. It was the plane that is flying. We are managing to let it be alive.
No, the country is in a mess. It's in a mess. I mean, even with all these things you're saying, with all these things right now, people are going to be afraid. People are going to be afraid to invest in the country because these things happening outside, and people are seeing all these things, brutality, police brutality, no justice, because everybody wants to go to court to get justice. You understand what I'm saying? If they agreed. So if people find out that if they go to courts, there will be no justice, the country is not going to develop. And you can't do it yourself. You need everybody to be on board.
See, the truth is, I've said it, if tomorrow Monday they don't come out to protest, I'll be waiting for something terrible to happen in Nigeria, for somebody to just get crazy and the protest will start. Because that was how NSAS started. The frustration was too much.
But in the NSAS, with any protest that has to happen now, we'll need to have a leader. But a leader can be changed, can be removed if we find out that leader is not corrupt and want to change from the end goal, from the motive. Yes, you understand? So it's going to be structured in a way. It's going to be structured in a way that no one leader is going to be
wrong. That's wrong approach. No leader. Let it be organic.
It is organic.
Don't think
I'm
of
buying
a
foil
leader.
at a certain price. Nobody's buying the foil cheaper. Nobody's going to market and buying things cheaper. Nobody's having lights. I don't have lights. I'm sick.
But what I'm saying, why I talked about leaders, so that you're able to control some certain things. If you don't have a leader, it might go off and the mission might fail.
The answers.
The mission might fail.
The answers.
If there's a leader, then that's messed up.
The answers was at the point it turned into a carnival.
A leader, that's
we were protesting.
It has to be organic. It has to be the will of the people.
Food. So
to me, I think if there is no leader, the mission is going to fail. And if the mission fails, then you're not going to be able to achieve what you want to achieve. Because if there's no leader, and here's the deal: if there's no leader, these guys they're going to be able to divide the protesters by using religion, by using. But if there's a leader, a coordinated leader that can handle these things, because if there's no leader, Nigeria is too porous. Believe me, they're going to come in with tribalism, religion, and the mission will fail.
The answers.
Wait, if there is a leader, if there is a leader, that leader can be compromised. So
that's what I'm saying. Now, okay, now here's the deal. Here's the deal. When I said if there is a leader.
Hello.
Okay, this is what I was saying. When I talked about a leader, okay, you didn't allow me to finish the way I wanted to say it now. No, my point is, when I was talking about leader, I'm saying that the leader should be structured, or the leadership will be structured in a way that if one is corrupt, the other one will continue. I mean, like, we have a goal, and that goal needs to be reached. Once we find out that one leader is corrupt and wants to pull us back, it's removed. So it's going to be structured in a way that no leader will be able to hijack the movement. If you allow one leader to hijack the movement, then you have a problem. But
based off an average Nigeria, if you give him money, like Yakubu, God have mercy, that person will disappear into thin air, leaves you all.
If it disappears, the other person, other people continue. So by the time if they want to be giving them 30 million naira, by the time they give at least 150 million Nigerians 30 million naira, I believe the country will be solved then. But if all Nigerians have 30 million naira right now in their accounts, yeah, because that's kind of structure I'm looking at. That if you bribe these ones continue. So if you think that you're going to be able to give everybody 30 million naira, well, good luck.
And he can promise them money based on oil sales tomorrow. So he doesn't have a limit to what he can bribe them with. The point.
Okay, now let me also give you an idea of the protest that I'm looking at. If there's a protest right now, my idea would be shut down the airport, shut down the sea, no purchase of crude oil. There are people that can do that can be in charge of that environment. There are people that can be in charge of, because there will be no going, because so that they don't jet out of the country. You know, if they find out that they are stuck in the country, you get what you want. But if they can jet out of the country, no. But we see how it goes anyway.
All right, Ozekhome, good evening to you. Talk to us now.
Okay, yeah. I'm just entering. I was looking at the headline today that P2B is marked for persecution or something like that, isn't it? I think.
Yeah. According to Abure, that is the headline we brought here today. Three questions are there. Obi marked for persecution-Abure. Ozekhome questions Supreme Court judgment. While Salihu said Nigeria on the global shame, for the judgment by Supreme Court.
Yeah, that of Ozekhome questioning Supreme Court. You see, to be honest with you, the judiciary in Nigeria, I don't know whether it's Agbado that brought the highest shame by his forgery and the narco business, or the judiciary on their own. You see, there's something people, that's why when we come here, there's a way I speak. You see, there's something people should understand. Because people look upon the Supreme Court is the highest court in the land, whatever. The Supreme Court are saying that the forgery, the deposition done at Chicago should not be accepted. It wasn't done in the court. What people do not know is that in jurisprudence, every country adopts the system that suits them. Insofar as what was done in Chicago, the deposition, is a standard practice in America. It doesn't matter whatever anybody thinks. If in the US system, you can do it the way it was done, that's okay. Nigeria should accept it. So by Supreme Court querying that, they think that they are clever, but they didn't know that they've even let themselves down because the world will be laughing at them. It's as simple as that. In the UK here, for you to go get your first degree, you do A-levels. Normally, from secondary school, you do A-levels. You end up spending 3 years to get a bachelor's degree in economics or physics or chemistry. But somebody in Nigeria will write jump and do it 4 years. So if the person from Nigeria, from UK here, now goes back to Nigeria to look for jobs, say want to be a teacher, and they advertise that they want people to come and teach economics or physics, and you tender your bachelor's degree, will they ask you, oh, did you write jump? You said then you did it 3 years, and you in Nigeria you did 4. Because in the UK here, 3 years is the standard practice after A-level. In Nigeria, it's 4 years, no A-level, just direct jam. You write your jam and then you add 1 more year. So what is different between the two? Why won't Nigeria accept the degree from UK, a bachelor's degree? Why won't Nigeria accept it? So that's why when some of these things, this Supreme Court did, some of us that are not lawyers, we felt that law is really a common sense course. Forget about all those sections, this section. It's just, in the end, everything boils down to common sense. Even with that, you can easily know. Why should Supreme Court query the position done in America, in which this registrar said the certificate is not from them, and they are saying, why wasn't it done in the court? Must everything be in the court? In the US, it's a standard practice to do it the way they did. So what are they talking? So I know that's one of the grounds Ozekhome is using to challenge them, because it's not supposed to be. So Nigeria messed up, to be honest with you. I can't see anything good that will come out of this government. In fact, Nigeria is collapsing by the day, which we all know is happening before our very eyes. So I do not see why. If they just want to make Peter be a scapegoat, well, they are just daydreaming.
Probably who wants to leave those things? They want to. I'm even telling you, these guys are afraid of protest. Not to talk
exactly.
of persecuting Peter Obi. They know what will come out from it. Believe me, they know.
That's what. Maybe that is the leaks that we need, that people are waiting for, to talk nonsense or say DSS. That is the end now. People that are been standing on the fence or that are saying, what do we do now? You touch a very quiet man like that. Try to. What didn't they try during the primaries and everything? They should not try. You see, every arrangement that we get this man out of power is what I'm in for. Let him just get out there. It's a shame.
If people, let me tell you that, if people mistakenly come out to protest for Peter Obi, that will be the end of Nigeria.
I'm telling you, because that is probably they are looking for. So maybe they will play into the hand, and I pray that they try it, because this is a terrible shame. This is a very terrible shame. I mean, sometimes I look and say that, what is the meaning of all this nonsense? Look at where Nigeria is now. How can you borrow money and be sharing money? You go and borrow, you share. After eating it today, what happens tomorrow? Nobody is talking, nothing, no plan for electricity, no plan for refineries, no plan for anything. Nigeria is just broken down. Things are just expensive. The dollar and the naira is just falling like a dry leaf from the tree. You know, when a dry leaf is falling, you can't control it. It just be swerving like just until it touches the ground. That is the way it's falling. Naira is just yakata, just they going way, and nobody is talking. And people are telling me, hey, they say just like what I listened to Abati say the other day. Hey, they must congratulate what? The greatest mistake Peter Obi will make is to write congratulations to Tinubu. Anyway, I know he won't do it. I know he will never do it. He dare not. I dare him. In fact, I damn him. Of course he can't. Let me not damn him yet, because he can't. So what are we to look at the state of the economy? People can barely feed. Now, before we used to hear that people are just openly saying it, that nothing. You can't buy anything. Naira is just like another tissue paper. Everybody is carrying it about. You can't exchange it for anything. You can't. Whatever you go today, where was somebody telling me that this drug they use? Is it augmentin, or I've forgotten the antibiotic they used to cure typhoid? He said it used to be 5,800 naira. That after 2 or 3 whatever, it's down 25,000. And this is what they use most hospitals to cure. So if Nigerians, I don't know, what are they really waiting for? What are they really waiting for?
No, I believe Nigerians are going to come out to protest if it's well organized.
The good thing about this thing is that, though it's sorry, I'm using it just like a poetic, what is it called, poetic justice or evil. See, the good thing is that let the price of petrol unite everybody. The cost of living is high. It does not matter whether you vote Agbado, you didn't vote for him, or whatever.
Thank you.
Didn't vote for
Thank you, CM. This is what I was saying. You have to use the Nigerian stock, not the party, to get this thing done.
By the way, I don't know, maybe somebody here can corroborate it, or maybe, say, I heard that there's a place, University of Ibadan, there's a market near it called, is it Ojo Market? He said the women selling selling fish there, they said they are protesting that the fish they are selling, they know it's expensive. People are no longer buying it, and as a result, yes, and as a result, they are not making profit. And you know what fish means? So when it start to rot from the head, now then you lose it. It's not like you are. It's not like you are selling. It's not like you are selling timber. If you are selling timber, the only thing you fear is fire. As long as there's no fire outbreak, your timber is there waiting for you. You sell, not sell, or tomorrow you come and meet it. Even so far you cover it. Or you are selling gravel. You say not sell, or your gravel is there. Nothing is not going to rot, or say it goes soft, or it decays. The gravel won't decay.
The issue was even the cold room they were using to store these fishes.
Yes.
They don't have money to buy diesel again.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
And putting it in the cold room, you are doing it in the sense that after all, within 5 days, I go don't clear this one. But when you don't put
paying for the cold room.
That is it now. When you are paying for the cold room and you are not selling, so you are just making money, and then before you know it, the person owning the cold room will say, "Look, before I used to take one bag of fish, maybe 100 naira to put it for 1 week. This time, diesel don't cost. See when they sell diesel, so now 500 now or 600, you go shout." So these are the thing. So those women that are protesting, it means that they are protesting because of what is happening locally there. In Warri, in Inewi, everywhere. So the good thing is that the hardship has a national the hardship has a federal character.
Do you know what they're trying to return to the society? Pashoko. You remember Pashoko?
Kwata is there, of course. No, there's no proteinous food.
They are trying to, when people can no longer feed well, take care of their kids very well, you're going to be seeing Pashoko on the street, people, big head,
particularly proteinous food. Beans no day ready. They say beans 1 cup now 250. That's not too. When I say this thing, to be honest with you, if care is not taken, a bag of pure water go be 50 naira. Pure water where they take 5, it go be 50. So this is what
already some places.
50.
Okay, is 50 naira for a bag.
That's one
sachet.
Sachet.
Oh, okay, yeah, 1 sachet of pure water.
Before night it was 20 naira for 1. It's not 15 naira.
And trust Nigerians, if they put 100 naira, they go say, no change now. Say no change. They will tell you, no change. Or God, no get change. Now 100 naira. Give me. So if you are bringing 50 naira out, they go say, bless this man, they're mad. They go they look at you, say, which one be 50 is still there. People will still they see 20 naira. So please, those listening to us, this is an opportunity for Nigerians to say never again. And this is the worst period in Nigeria's history, whereby the people are suffering, can't even see water to drink, yet the people you elected are buying the most expensive car ever. How can one car cost 160 million naira? Somebody should divide it by 50.
Telling them here. Sorry, CM, before you came here, I was telling them here that the 160 million naira is actually a bribe. Remember, that was deliberated on before the judgment.
Yes.
You see that? It was actually a bribe that was given to the National Assembly. That's why I don't believe that they're going to be able to do anything. Because they've been bribed, and we're looking at cars. It's actually not cars for cars.
So 160 million naira. I'm trying to say, what is the minimum wage, Seth? Let's just say 50. Let's just help them. Let's say minimum wage is 50. If you divide it by 50,000, so it will be 3,200 workers that will be paid with one car. At the rate of 50,000 naira for minimum wage. If you divide 160 million by 50,000, it will give you 32,000. So in other words, not 32,000, sorry. It will give you 3,200. So 3,200 workers that are taking minimum wage, their salary is for 1 month, their salary is equivalent to one of those Jeep. 3,000. Can you imagine? 3,200. So this is what we are saying. I wish people can get it like this. This is what we are saying. If Nigerians fail to come out now, I mean, how can they endure this? There is no amount of palliative. Why this government is very wicked, very, very. These are Shiwaju Oshi, very wicked. I wish the government came in and then borrowed whether how many $1 billion and dump it in one refinery, so that under 1 month, 2 months, the refinery will start working. Then we start getting petrol. Before you know, within 4 months, within 6-7 months, at least 3 refineries will be working. Buhari stayed 8 years without doing anything, and now Nigeria is importing petrol. How can we survive with that? We cannot. You see, it cannot work. It cannot. There's no way you can slice it. It cannot work. So that is the issue. That is the issue. Nigerians must brace up. It's not enough for people to say, oh yeah, this, that. They don't need to be to even push you up. They don't need to be to even push you up. Exactly. Somebody told me it's ciprofloxacin. Yes, that's what they used to cure typhoid in Nigeria. The thing has gone up from 5,000 something to 20 something thousand. So you can imagine. And you know, in Nigeria, you never sure whether it is original. So people will just be pumping drug into the system. I wonder how if keeping quiet by this time, I do not see the need. To be honest with you, I do not. They should try. Nigerians must come out and champion their cause all over the world, even in Europe here. The fact that the cost of living is high, you see people protesting immediately. Not because they said, look, the cost of living is so high. They did it in Greece. They did it in Argentina, in which they come up with their plate, be knocking it or cooking utensils. They do it all over the world. Nigerians, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? The cost of living is so expensive. How can you put petrol in your car? No way. Can you buy food? No way. I don't know how much they sell a bag of garri. They say rice is about 60,000. A bag of garri, only God knows what it will be. So
I think they're projecting it that it's going to be like 80,000 maybe from like next week or next 2 weeks, because I was watching the TV. They were kind of like, I was like, so if a bag of rice is now be sold for 80,000 naira,
and a bag
what does that mean? I mean, like
a bag of, and that is October. By the time you get to December 1, when they say there's Christmas, you see, to be honest with you, I do not really see why Nigerians should be keeping quiet by now. People should be on the street morning, afternoon, night. This government, we have to pull it down. It's a very insensitive. By the way, somebody who has been stealing money from Lagos State through Alpha Beta, now he's in charge of Nigeria. What do you think will happen? All this borrow, just stealing money. It's not doing anything. Nothing good will ever come out of Tinubu. Very illegitimate somebody you did not vote for. Now look at the corruption in the Supreme Court. You saw what the retiring chief, one of the judges, Justice Datijo, what he said. You see, these are the things we want people to take into consideration. There is really no reason why Nigerians should not be on the street, man, until the government resigns and get out. Otherwise, nothing good will ever come. It will continue. The hardship will continue to spiral and multiply by the day. Tomorrow now, you can never tell me that by tomorrow a pound will be 1,500 naira. It's not possible. When we get to tomorrow, you will hear what they're going to tell you. So these are the things now. These are the nonsense we are talking about. It cannot
See,
continue.
remember, we are like a prophet. We said in January on this same platform that
Really, I think
dollar is likely, based on the data, dollar is likely going to go up to like 1,000, 1,005. You know, I still remember some people that were calling in and they were disputing it. They were telling us how things were going to change, that they are for Agbado then. Okay, no problem. But today, this is the reality. And I can bet you that most of them don't even have money. They can't even take care of themselves. Think about it. Aswaju was declared the winner. If he was truly loved by the people, you would have seen jubilation on the streets. Nothing.
Yeah. What? Let me ask this question. What are the chances of what happened to Nicolae Ceausescu happening here?
Okay, Ceausescu is it? I think Romania, is it?
Romania.
See, you know, in Nigeria, because of our tribal affiliation, Nigerians are strongly affiliated to their tribe. Probably when something like this is not happening, but I wonder if such things will ever be given prominence again. I say this because the level of suffering people are going through is unbearable. These are what we know. We only project it based on cost of petrol and foodstuff.
Yeah, there's this national consensus that's coming on now. Go ahead.
Consensus on what?
No, I'm saying the national consensus with regard to everybody has had a belly full of Tinubu. Even those who voted him and those, it's like we are coming together on that level that we are definitely dissatisfied with what's going on.
You know, that's why I said. That's why I said we should not make it Labour Party and PDP, because it has to be about the Nigerian state. The situation, the system has collapsed, and everybody needs to get on board because everybody is suffering the same issue. We all had problem, the same problem. You know.
I'm not even seeing any party affiliation here because the suffering is real. Whether even if anywhere, okay, whether you vote for Tinubu, you didn't vote for Tinubu, the suffering is real. So you must still do something. You must. We cannot continue like this now. It cannot be possible. We cannot. We cannot. To be honest, we can't. It's just damn too. You see, this is unbearable. I feel for those people. It's not easy. People tell you what they go through. If you listen to what people recount, what they go through in Nigeria, food is like it's like what is it called, gold dust to buy something and eat. So I mean, the people just have to come out and do something. You don't have to pull this government down. Let him go. This is a very satanic, wicked, evil, occultic government they mounted.
See, we know the most funny thing is that, like, the way the country is right now is, we are speaking on this platform. Majority of them can't see because there's no light.
Exactly.
They can't even.
It's not just about light. Also, many of them don't have money to put data.
Data on your phone.
Yes, many of them don't have money to put data on the phone.
Data on your phone first. Talk before you talk about sitting down, and even the network are ripping them off. You buy data for 1 month, in 2 days it's finished. You buy data this data is meant for 1 month, in 2 days it's finished. It's that bad. So everything is against the Nigerian public. Everything, and the senators are not saying anything. Everything is against Nigeria. Everything is against Nigeria.
What I heard was, this thing. Sometimes when this government says, if not that, say we have our loved ones back home or something, and then there are certain things you have to bear for them. Do you know that my governor Soludo said they were told it's 5 billion naira per state for this palliative. Soludo say it's only 2 billion they've given me. Oh. Maybe I don't know what. No, he said he said you have to say it. He's announced it. He said they say people may be hearing 5. He said what have they given us is 2 billion. And they say it's not free. It should be returned. It should be they're paying back. It's not that they hand out, go and spend. No, even at that, they've only given below 50%, which is maybe some 40-something%. He said it's only 2 billion they've given us. 2 billion. For the palliative. I bet you will hear them. Oh, they've given every state 5 billion for. How can you be giving people? This is pure feudalism. What they practice in the north. What they practice in the north. How can you be giving? How can government be giving people money? How can it's people that should be giving government money through tax? That is how government takes money from people because they provided you with job or enabling environment for you to flourish. If you're either the environment for you to flourish while doing your private business or anything. So from there, the government every month you pay money to government through tax. But this time, government will not go and borrow money, maybe from China, and then give to governors. Say, please give to everybody. Okay, so sometimes when you said, so this is the level Nigeria is. Meanwhile, our oil is being stolen on a daily basis. You don't know which is which. This money they are borrowing, you don't know the condition, how they got this loan, what they signed. It might be a case like Zambia, in which one day China took over the Zambian Broadcasting Corporation, took over their international airport, start to manage it. You may be surprised that one day, as you are arriving at Murtala Airport, you will hear one Chin Chong person talking to you. I don't know how to speak Mandarin language. You'll be surprised. Everyone will just be Chinese. You think, say, Nigeria, they host one type of football tournament. You don't know, say, these are the new landlords.
Are you sure? Are you sure? I was told 3 days ago that they now have a school at Yaba where the Chinese children are now learning Yoruba very, very seriously. So are we sure that we are not already in that state whereby they are already preparing their people to take over our system, kind of like to just take us.
Nigerians can be, let me say, cooperative or humble when they go abroad. They humble themselves for airport, show your passport. Oh, stand here, we stand. Maybe after doing all those wahala, you land for Murtala Airport or Abuja. You just see one kind they feed their 30. It is saying one woman born them. All of them go resemble. They ask you for a passport. He say, look at this. Why are these people? Imagine in my own country. He say, no, we are not in charge.
They'll deport you back to the country where you're coming from.
They go tell you. He said, you go. No, you go say in my country. No, all this where they carry when we can luggage. Now so you could just lose your shoulders more. Like say Messi one dribble, you lose and then come out your this can't charge. Say what? He said no. He said this way for you now. One police go just the march they come. He said what is happening? He said the other way. Then you could ask people say Chinese everywhere. I mean then they say we know fee pay, so they can't take over our airport. Then go they manage. then go they manage. Say then go they manage it until they recover their money. You go think say end there. Okay. You now say this train where people they take shakara. Train don't they? Now when you enter train, person go tell you say, may you see your ticket. You think say those are no Chinese now. Say your ticket. You say, which one? I employ these people. Boys, they say no. Now then they run the railway now. They want to recover their money. Now their money then borrow to fix them. So you see, all these things are possible. And when they are doing that now, you can't stop them. And the worst part of it is that when they take over, even the cleaner for airport then go import them from China.
Yeah, they'll take away your jobs. That's one of the biggest problems. Nigerians are not saying these things. They will take away Nigerian jobs. They will take away your money. I mean, you'll be broke like
you go.
Oh God.
You go surprised if na Lagos all this they say now what they call them is it not Fashola bus? What do they call them? This bus in Lagos say
BRT,
bus they BRT bus. You go surprised say who the conductor where go they talk na Chinese. Person where go they drive na Chinese. Human being boku for China now. After all, no be 1.4 billion.
You're saying that MC Loma will be reporting to them also.
In fact, to be honest with you, you know, these are the way it will work out. Then you now feel that, okay, we again say, oh boy, they go say, oh boy, you never go wharf now. Now then they clear goods, now then they do everything, now then they this thing. You go the wonder say, now I say, Nigeria no fee pay. When you reach airport, now there you go face counter, they say, go park this way, do this, you have to pay, you clear this. So it's possible. It's possible, and the way we are going, you cannot have a population of about 200 million people and you are borrowing money.
Which is supposed to be a blessing. Which is supposed to be a blessing to your country.
That is the thing. That is the thing. They say
it's a shame.
In the 70s, most of the secondary schools in Nigeria, their physics and science teachers, mathematics, are Indians. Now, a man and the wife will come and they will be teaching. They use one person's salary to be feeding in Nigeria. Then they send one person's salary back home to help their people. So India now found out that their population is so much, more than 1 billion, and they can provide job for them. They decided to make education standard, such that after giving you the skill education, then you can go all over the world and start to work. So as we are living, you create chance for those that are coming up. That's what they did. So because of that, with this IT now, Indians are, now the World Bank CEO now is an Indian. The best they said they've ever had. So all these things now, this is what they did. But in Nigeria, our own terror with the export. Boko Haram has taken over the north, and the bandit, all these things. So
I said in United States, 70% of the IT people are Indian. Then you have maybe like 20% Chinese people, this South Korea, or those kind of stuff. 70% of IT people, they are Indian. Every IT office you enter, you're going to see every one of them Indian. They don't even speak English.
It's true. It's true.
They still speak their language. Sometimes they have to bring a translator that will translate for them. But now they are trying to speak English somehow because they are difficult to work with. I think it's a system. It's a game. They don't speak English. That opens up an opportunity for their own people to be fit into some position. That's what I'm saying.
It's true.
That's what's happening. So they are playing their games very well. Very, very well.
True. It's true. So they know what they did. That's what they did. So to be honest with you, that's why I remember Peter will be saying, I remember Peter will be saying that Peter will be said, when they are talking of exchange rate, Peter will be said no. He said the moment you start to produce, the demand for dollar you go there less. You produce, you export, you produce, you export. The demand for, you go to even earn them. So the demand could just drop. And because of that, now it will correct itself. There is no country that we have our population that don't produce. Look at Brazil, Indonesia, they're all exporting things. What do Nigeria export? Nothing. Instead, we go they borrow money from Indonesia.
Instead of producing and selling, we are borrowing and then giving it back to them to buy. We are borrowing and consuming. No producing. Do they know they are mortgaging the future of our kids?
No mind
because it's them that will inherit all this debt. How can you just borrow money just
borrow
for
money,
your senators and
if
national
National Assembly could borrow money to buy cars, what does that mean? What does that tell us? They borrow money to buy cars, not to invest, not to put in.
And they're buying the cars from Japan, not even buying the cars from Innocent or not. If they wanted a bulletproof
that's another point. You are buying, you're borrowing money. You're borrowing money to buy cars. Now you're borrowing money. You are sending the money back.
Yes.
You understand what they're doing now? They borrow money to buy cars.
Bulletproof cars.
So
they're
sending the money back to the country where they are borrowing from.
They are selling to Russia.
Your hands are clean. Why you buying bulletproof?
No, but not sells their bulletproof cars to Russia fighting in Ukraine. So that means they make real good bulletproof cars. So if you wanted bulletproof cars, why didn't you buy from here? Why are you going out? Oh, we have a problem.
Of course,
we have a problem.
So much problem. To be honest with you, if you ask me one word, Nigeria is a confused state now. There's utter confusion in that country now.
Do you know what they did before they started doing? Before they got to this, they are like level 3 right now. They've upgraded their level. These politicians. So they started gradually. So what they were doing then, they were buying people during protests. So they were trying to put fear into people's mind so that people don't protest, so that whenever they are doing anything, nobody will want to come out to protest. So they know what they were doing then. At the point when you call for a protest, Nigerians will complain. Then they will still go for the protest. They will always complain that, oh, they'll come and buy us, they'll come and do this. At the point now, Nigerians are afraid to go out to protest because they don't have a backup. That's what we realize. We find out, okay, now Nigerians are afraid to protest, not because they don't want to protest, because they don't have a backup. If anything happens, everybody just go. You understand what I'm saying? That's why they're afraid to protest. But if they are sure that there's going to be a backup, Nigerians will come out and protest. You'll be shocked. Down to the northern part of this country, you'll be shocked the way the protests will hit the streets, because they are all suffering. They are not smiling. They are just pretending. They are just pretending. They are suffering. They are not smiling. They are complaining. They can't treat themselves in the hospital. They are sick. They don't have money to buy drugs. I mean, they are reducing. The population is reducing every day.
It's true.
Every day, because people are just buying. Look at what happened last time. Somebody was shot, and no, I think they said the lady, she entered one chance in Abuja, and she got to the hospital. I was watching the TV. She got to the hospital, and they refused to treat her, and then at the other day she died, just like that. That's the system we are living in, a system that don't have regards for human life, people who don't care. Think about it. A nurse is supposed to be passionate. A doctor is supposed to be passionate by nature. You don't just go into nursing just because you're looking. It's a career. No, this piece it has something to do with passion. People who naturally have feelings for human lives. People who want to save lives. That's how you go. That's how you send people to go and train to become nurses and doctors, because they have feelings. That's why you can go to the hospital in any other country. They don't even talk about your money first. They first of all give you the necessary treatment, because you need to be alive for them to get paid. Even if you don't have insurance, they will send you the bill. They send the bills to your house. They don't even tell you, oh, this is how much you're owing. It is when they send you the bill through postmail. When you open it, you find out, okay, you don't have insurance. That's why you receive social treatment, or you call an ambulance. Now, this is the bill. Maybe $1,000, $2,000. You know what I'm saying? Now, in Nigeria, there's nothing like that. Everybody, you just have to take care of your medical bills. The government is not subsidizing the hospital. They are not subsidizing treatment for people. Nothing. The little subsidy we have on petroleum products, They took it out and they shared the money to National Assembly. They gave it to them to buy cars. They gave them before. Remember, they gave them money before this one. They gave them many billions of naira then, 70 billion naira. Now that one we no longer talk about those money now. This is a new fresh one now, right? This is for cars, or is it the same money? Maybe I don't know.
It's true.
Maybe I don't know if it's still the same money.
It's a different money because you want to borrow money again.
Oh, it's a different money.
Different money. The money they shared
it's different money entirely.
The money they first shared was the money that Buhari borrowed when he left. The money had not come before Buhari left.
Yeah,
so
and they borrowed.
He met it.
He met it, and then borrowed, and
then share that money.
And
this is enough for people to go on the streets.
Well, I don't know. I don't know why people felt that maybe I don't know what else they are waiting for, or what else we.
No, and that's what I was saying. This time, there has to be a leader, not like the answers. That's what I was saying, because it has to be well organized, but they should not give too much power to the leaders, which means if you're not doing well and the people find out that you're compromising, you're trying to destroy the protest, you'll be removed. And the struggle continues. So it's to be structured in a way that these things, they won't be able to hijack it and use it to enrich themselves. If the governments think that they're going to be able to pay more than 15 million Nigerians 10 million naira or 50 million naira to bribe everybody, right? That's fine. At that point, you have no power over the people because they receive their money each. But I think this country is too broke to be able to afford that luxury. They cannot. That of bribery, they cannot. They can only pay a few people, and then once you're able to take care of those few people that they're bribing, I mean, their power is completely gone. Just my observation and my kind of like, because we need to use all tools, all available resources to get things done. You know, a lot of things, so many things will really happen anyway. You know, look at Israel-Palestine war that is going on. Look at, they never thought such war would happen. Something like that would happen. You know, when some people were taking decisions, they were not thinking correctly. People were doing things that they were videoing those things. You know you're doing evil, and you're videoing that evil, putting on social media, live camera, and the reaction became too damaging, and then everybody's begging. People feel that they have right to live because it becomes too obvious, and you show to the whole world how wicked you are. Even though people who wanted to fight for them could not even fight for them because the wickedness was just too much. It was just too much. It took time before other countries started saying, okay, let's see how. Look at the other guy that says, oh, ceasefire. They called for his removal. They should resign from UN. That guy is still battling his removal right now. He's just battling it on the ground. Why? Because you saw countries are careful. They don't just want to come out straight. They're just talking diplomatically. You just say, oh, you know, you made such statements. They also have their own people. They have their own people. They are not like Africans who just look at their own people to be buying like that without. I was shocked. They are still talking about 8,000 people buying over there. But during Buhari's regime, a report came out about 1.30 million. And the United Nations pretend as though they never saw anything. So which means black lives does not even matter to them. You see, they are shouting for just 8,000. Just 8,000. Come to Nigeria and see the way people are being fined. They want to tell us they don't see these things.
Man, the thing, Nigerian case. I don't. Well, let's see. I think with this, we soon enter November, December. Let's see what we see. No, something must have to give. Definitely. So something must have to give. I've never seen this type of.
By November, now when you get to November, some markets will be here in Jingle Bell.
Yeah, now.
No more. So maybe that time they will start. Not an average Nigeria towards the Christmas. His hustling is faster. He's moving. They're always moving fast. Once it's November, December, trying to make more money before the year ends. And the fact that he can't make the money, frustration will burst in. Anything can happen that time.
That's why during December you see a lot of criminals out there, because there's a way they program the country. They program the country in a way that December, they prioritize December as though it's a time for you to make money. And if you don't make money in December, so where you been all these months? Where you been? Why not making all the money since? Why you want to use a fire brigade approach now to make money? Then before you know it, they go into ritual. They do all sort of things to celebrate Christmas. I thought Christmas was supposed to be for Christians, people who love Christ, people who are good people. They do evil to make money, to celebrate Christ. I mean, it does not just add up. I don't even understand. Sometimes I'm confused. I don't know what is. I mean, I think I've not been celebrating. I myself for 3 years now, I've not been celebrating Christmas because I just saw it that man.
Most times it's meant for them to go back.
These things don't add up anyway.
Go and show off. This year was
good. 1 or 2 years, 5 years.
All those kind of lifestyle. So Christmas is always the time for them to just go home and go and see their parents. I'm doing well. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. So you can't go home. You can't go back to your home with empty hand. So they tend to find extra money to spend for the Christmas.
So the money they don't have, the jobs they don't have, then if they don't have that money, they start stealing.
Begging left and right.
And that's it's not just the begging, what they put our children through. They'll end up doing hookup. They will end up doing all sorts, yahoo, just to make ends meet. And parents will look the other
Yahoo is making money now.
Right now, a lot of women are doing, married women. In fact, it was on our rise the other day. It was a big thing. A lot of married women are doing hookups, and most of the time, apparent husbands are even aware. They look the other side. Can you see the
have to survive? There's no food in the house. The man does not have work. The wife does not have work, and the children must eat. They will pay landlord.
And that's the thing. Landlord comes knocking, desperation. You end up doing all sorts, and that is the thing. Morality is going down the drain. And once you do it once, you do it twice, you become hardened to it. And that is why we've come to where we are right now. A lot of these people have become hardened to all sorts of things. That is why they cannot even judge this man that is there, that has taken over. They've made sure that people have become so scrupulous, with no scruples, so that they will take whatever comes their way. Imagine the amount of people you will be. I mean, I'm shocked that there are even 100 people that are behind this man. But from all indication, we have them in droves and in thousands. Whether it is his money that is causing them to turn a blind eye, or whether it is their own discredited values that is causing them to turn to follow the lead of this man, it is inconsequential. At the end of the day, what they have done, they've weaponized poverty to the point where people have sold their mothers to put food on the table.
I saw a video on the Facebook. A girl she was being pranked. The man told him to remove his clothes and the top for 10,000. I thought the girl wouldn't do it. Actually, the girl removed the skirt. She was there with pants. This blind man was shocked. He said, "Why are you doing this?" He told this man that she's not feeling fine. She's actually looking for money to treat herself, that she has a ulcer and she needs to take her drug and go to the hospital. She needed money to go to the hospital. This is not her saying for her family, for her personal self, her own health. She had to move in public. She had to remove her clothes in public. People are seeing her. The man was forced to tell her to take her, give her 20,000 and give her dress back. That's the height of suffering.
But for a human being to do that, even that person is depraved. To make somebody to make themselves an
you see such things on the internet like that.
Heartless. It's heartless. That person is evil on his own. Can't you just give the person that money? Can't you just be altruistic? I'm seeing what I don't know what Tony Africa is saying. Are they not Nigerians? Why are they so heartless to be condemning our people back home who have absolutely nothing to fall back to? I mean, if you are talking about the panelists, I don't think that anybody here is insulting the people back home. Rather, we are empathizing with the people back home because what has happened, the system has turned them to almajiris, beggars.
Everybody's begging. If you can't beg,
you know what? Because the rich selected few, they're taking advantage of the circumstances. You understand? On ground, a lot of people. I mean, sometimes I don't even want to talk about it because I'll feel like crying because I see my people and it looks as if I can't help them. I see them going through a lot of things. I see kids, especially kids. Think about it. It's hard for a kid now to eat fish. I mean, we're just talking about, CM was just talking about some ladies that says some, meat or whatever. They were protesting because people are no longer patronizing them. Think about it. Now, kids can no longer eat anything called meat or fish, things that would help them to grow healthy. You understand?
Piece of
yeah.
Has it just caught up in the South now? In the North, fish and meat is a luxury. Not many houses can put meat on the table or fish on their plate. So talking about fish and meat now, we are just talking about the bare bones of it. Just talking about just wrap something and put on the table. Just anything that you can mix to conjure together. Carbohydrate upon plus carbohydrate. Anything you can put on the table for them to eat.
So what I assume now that is happening, I think they're trying to depopulate Nigeria because
exactly.
Yes,
now you are,
because this is a tool. If you look at it, if people can no longer go to the hospital to receive treatment, people don't have money to receive treatment when they are sick. That's an agenda. It means that there's an agenda. So because you're gonna definitely people are gonna get sick whether you like it or not. You understand? People are gonna get sick. People will need money to buy drugs. If they can't get these things to take care of themselves, what are we talking about?
Okay, let me you talking about the agenda. There's always been an agenda, and now they are trying to fasten their plan. Have you heard of World Economic Forum?
Sure, I know them a lot.
Exactly. So can you not see that it is even easier for them to what the C thing did not achieve in Africa during the pandemic era? They are now using this man to just use hunger and use us to buy ourselves to reduce our
because
numbers.
if you look at it logically, the basic necessity for human survival, once you can't afford those things, it simply means that you sign up to the other side of the world. That's the meaning. So if the Nigerian government is denying our people access to medication, even though we already know that they don't have good hospitals, but at least people could still survive, people could still get things done. Now, they don't even have access to finances that could give them good medication. They don't have access to money that could put food on their tables. They don't have access to money that could give them transportation. The government is not providing any transportation. There is no concrete arrangement for the people to survive. There is no, I mean, look, I was talking with someone, that should be like 3 days ago. I was looking at, if I was a president in this country, it's very simple. You have to make use of what you have, which is you have population. Do you know what it means for you to have 200 million population? That's an asset to a country.
That is why Nigeria is critically on its knees. It's because of the human resources. That is why we're not on our knees. Because without the state doing anything, Nigeria has plodded on. The people have plodded on. Economics has still continued. People have done things. But now, with what is happening, they are using other systems within their own arsenal to destroy even that which we on our own have been. The middle class have been operating out of government assistance or any infrastructure that the government will be able to put in place or have put in place. It's at the back of their own sweat. They are the real government. We're not even talking about those that have, because I think the upper echelons are all part of this corrupt system. But the middle class have been the one that has been carrying the economy. Now they are trying to erode the middle class. So tell me what happens.
Are you aware that there's nothing like middle class right now in Nigeria? It's either you're poor or you're rich.
Well, it's
either you're poor or you're rich. And because I mean, like, if someone says he's a middleman or I'm in a middle class, what do you mean by middle class right now? Because the things that the poor people cannot afford, you two can't even afford it now. So they reduce everybody to become like, you just have to start hustling, start hustling. And I see a lot of people, it pains me. Sometimes I want to cry because I can't help everybody. I want to cry. I see kids, most especially, you see, they are like, you know what they're doing? They are like, catch them young. So they need to catch them young. We were caught young, but we were able to survive a little bit. But right now, they're like, catch them young and suffocate them. Don't even let them have any sense of reasoning.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
Exactly. They are attacking people from different angles. They are attacking people through their psychic. They are attacking people through the economy, through their stomach. So it is attack from the physiological and psychological. It's all.
Now, if you understand what they say, 1,000 points of light, that's what they're doing. But on the negative side of it, which means they can attack you. They will always look for everything to get to you, no matter how you try to escape it. So they always have one route or the other to get to you. Yes, that's what they're doing. 1,000 points of light. That's what they're doing. You would think that you want to go through this route, then they will come the other way route. That's what they're doing.
And you see, to be honest with you, these people are not sitting down pretty and just thinking that they've got it because the Supreme Court has pronounced them. They are now going to go for total annihilation. They are going to use brutal force to get people to acquiescence, to shut people up. And that is why we are hearing already about the persecution being targeted at PO and Abure. It is not just going to be them. It is going to reach you and I. They are going to do everything possible to scare, to vandalize, to set up, to bully, to blackmail if there's anything. You see, the reason why Peter Obi is still standing, they cannot use blackmail on him because where Nigerian politicians are concerned, he is an angel. So blackmail will not work, or else they would have found something long ago to blackmail him. So they are now going to use persecution, and they are going to use his very own people to persecute him, because they would now make the people upset that he has dared the establishment. That because you are now already seeing comments like, why did Peter Obi even come out in the first place. Now they are going to put, they are going to drag IPOB and Biafra into it. And I'm like, can you imagine? So can you see now? Can you see how the persecution is going to come? So people need to be prepared psychologically, and it's going to come in every form. In every form.
Madam Busy Brain. I know these guys are very, they are not very, very sensitive somehow. But believe me, they know that if they go for Peter Obi right now, they're just calling for trouble, honestly speaking.
Mr. Pissoft, I've not seen anything to make me believe or feel like that is it. I really hope so. I really pray that.
No, they know. These guys are psychologists too. You see, if you understand how they are doing their things, you look at. Let me show you one thing now. Look at all the criminals in Nigeria. Do you see how they reward them? They reward criminals. Why do you think they reward criminals? Why do you think they make friends with those criminals? Look at them outside the football. Look at all these guys. Yeah, so they know what they're doing. So they're psychologists. They understand the operation. As if they have a, kind of like they are specially trained in those areas, to do evil,
See, if you are looking at these people as human beings, they are not just human beings. So they sit down and let me just put it this way: they are diabolical. A diabolical person is somebody that even the devil is sitting down and looking at them and say, wow, you are even more than me. What these people can do, the devil is even afraid, because the devil knows that there is a God. So whatever he's trying to do, he does it with limitation. And he does not even use himself to do it. He used them to do it. And then they would want to please their master and show him that they can even do more, and they go even above and beyond. So these people, if we understand that we are not dealing with human beings, then we might understand that there is nothing that they cannot do. Nothing is off limits for them. Put their child in front, they will buy the child. Nothing is up as long as it is going to get in the way of their purpose. They have no. Do you think that even amongst themselves, do you think that they trust themselves? They don't. What he's doing is just buying everybody's silence, but it's just a matter of time. Something is going to happen. That wiki will turn. And when he turns, he will be their greatest nemesis. And that is the reason why they are doing everything they can to keep him on side. So people like that, all of them are there in their own personal interest. It is their collective goal is to enslave us. So that is what they are doing now. But the moment that one of them, their own personal interest has been stampeded, they will not. That is when you will not hear them start coughing out. Time is coming.
I mean, Nigeria, we just need to organize a protest. We need to talk to our people about protest. We need to tell them what's currently happening, that the situation is going to go worse, and we should not trust this government. We should not trust them. Nothing good is going to come out. We just need to organize.
I've been hearing Tony Africa talking about people sending Tony Africa. I'm picking on you because I'm seeing that it's you that has been interacting more. What is your own idea? What do you want to happen? We've even had somebody from Nigeria, Dr. Haruna Goro, where we asked, what does he think in the event? Should we, those in the diaspora, be going home to support in the struggle? He said there are people on ground. People on ground are the ones that should be doing it, while we be the support. And it makes more sense. It makes sense that way. You understand? So it is to equip those that are on ground. But unfortunately, from the little that I have seen, whenever finances is given for logistics, they swallow it up and they do not do
but that's why whenever a protest wants to happen now, for example, any protest that wants to happen, I'm going to be involved. because we're going to put in money. Because remember, these guys understand how protests work. They use money to try to buy people. So you're going to have to also spend money to keep protest. I mean, we do these things in some other ways. You know, even like you have to spend money to keep the protest going.
Yeah.
But my ideology, based on what I've been told, the protest needs to sustain for 30 days.
Yeah.
30 days. You understand what I'm saying? So, definitely, if we're going to do anything, we must plan very well and ensure the protest actually stay for 30 days. While the protest is ongoing, on the international aspect of it, there are also negotiations. You understand what I'm saying? There are people already on the other side already making all this, necessary move. But the protest needs to be sustained. Of course, the money will be provided, but we need people that are trustworthy, people that we can trust, people we can really tell, hey, this thing is going to sustain, because we know they're going to come with money. So definitely we are going to spend money.
Tony said money can't do anything. So Tony, what do you...
The truth is that money does everything. You know why the country is messed up? Some people use money to mess it up. It's not mouth. They didn't just wake up one money. It's the same money that they used to mess the system up. You think that they just woke up one morning and they say, oh, I want to mess up this system? No. Money in the hands of bad guys, then they mess up the system. They were able to influence some institutions everywhere, I mean, they destroy everything with money.
Tony is saying peaceful separation, the only solution. Which peaceful
are you gonna number one, are you gonna get peaceful separation without a protest? What are you gonna present?
Exactly, and even with the protest, there has to be the right person who is going to even facilitate, agree to it. How will you do the peaceful separation? How?
You can't even, the truth is, you can't even present. If you want the protest to fail, just present that forward. The protest will fail. Peaceful separation. There's nothing like peaceful separation. I'm not interested in the separation of it. Okay, let's look at it. If we're separated,
the same corrupt
what happens to the other people? You think, okay, if you think that the South is separated from the North tomorrow, and tomorrow the South is going to be enjoying, and our northern brothers, they're going to be suffering, so they're not going to come into your country, or you're going to stop them from entering your country.
Exactly.
You're a joke.
For those that are already there, what will happen to them?
You're a joke.
I remember a lot of people have invested around the country, in different parts of the country. So what's going to happen?
So it's going to be difficult. It is already when we've been able to capture our system back, which is our country, then laws can be amended, laws can be introduced to allow for any region that wants to live. You understand that? Because at the moment, the Nigerian constitution does not even support that. Because I don't want to do things that you will not be backed up by the international community. We need to understand that. Except we want to say, we want to start blowing up things. You understand that?
The international community are the ones that have irreverently put us in this situation.
Yes. So if you also want to go, you need their backing. Look at what's happening. Look at Ukraine. I mean, look at Israel and Palestine. Look at what's happening. If they don't back you, you'll be in trouble, because they're going to empower the other people to, that's just the way it works.
Talking about backing, do you think they will back the well-meaning Nigerians against this cabal? They are with the cabal.
Let me tell you how it works. If they find out that you are the majority, and when they see the determination in you, there's a way white people behave. They are not that brutal. They look at, the majority of them, they are psychologists. When you're looking at them, they reason before they talk. They look at things. They just need people that are serious.
I really appreciate your optimism, the way your outlook on this. I only have to look at history, and I can tell you that just the way they operate, they put a cloak of civility on what they do, but underneath that civility is brutality. Why do you think? Why do you think the slave trade? I mean, slavery took the way it did, lasted the way it did. Their people even supported it because of the way they portrayed with black people. We had black people in zoos. People were paying money to come and see people in zoo. There's this, you understand? And the level of brutality where they will put, have you seen the documentary, the pictures of how they nail your ancestors to the ground?
I understand what you're saying, but let me say something. You need to understand one thing. Currently, the world is growing. The world is developing. Every country is trying to survive. And the level the world is operating right now is at its jet level. That's why you see 5G, coming out, trying to, come out in different forms. Now, if you look at the history of the world, no one ever got Israel freedom just like that. People fought. Look at Israel. Israel didn't just get their freedom. Go check the history of Israel. They fought war. They blew up British, the queen there, or the king. They blew up his hotel. The British government even said this current Israel's military, they were designated a terrorist group. Remember? So a lot of stuff actually happened. So people didn't just get their freedom like that. People fought to actually get freedom. At the end of the day, there's a way the white man that I've seen, that I've known behave. If a white man finds out that you are not powerful and that you can challenge him and then you can spoil food for him, he will immediately succumb to you. He will come down to you. He will negotiate with you. He will tell you, okay, you know what? We know we are wrong. We're sorry. They are easy to tell you they are sorry. They're not like black people that we beat you for 1,000 years. They're not going to tell you, oh, I'm sorry. No, that's not the way white behaves. They are easy once they realize that you are all out for them. They'll tell you they're sorry. You know why? Because they still want to be a member. They still want to, not because it's all about interest also. You understand that? If they find out that they'll make more money, that you cannot win the battle, if they find out you can't win the battle against the Nigerian government, and that the Nigerian government is going to win, they'll support the Nigerian government. If they find out that you're going to win this battle, they will come and support you. Because if they refuse to support you, if you eventually won, they are going to suffer. So they are like hanging. That's how they behave. They'll just hang there. They'll talk to this side. They'll talk to this side. But you need to show that you can do stuff, that you can win. They need to see that force in you. They need to see you like you are really going to win this battle. Then they will support you. But if we are asking them to come help us, that's what I'm against. You can't tell them to come help you, because no, we need to go out. We need to let them know that, hey, their time is up. It's time for the country to move forward. Oh, look at Niger when these guys were kicked out, and then they find out that they wanted to humiliate the guy. Those guys said, no, you can't humiliate us. This is our country. So we made up our mind. That's it. They asked them to leave their country. They said no. Oh, they were even preparing to invade Niger. But today, what then happened? Now they are looking for a way to have what's called a diplomatic relationship back to Niger. The same France that refused to leave Niger, that was saying, oh, we're not leaving, we're going to do this. They are now begging to have what's called a diplomatic relationship. You see, that's how it works. But if we kept quiet,
do you Well, I would be cautiously optimistic with the fact that they've come back, and I think that they are going through the back door to do what they need to do. That, to me, I'm being cynical here. They are weak. They are waiting for when the resolve is weak, and then they will strike.
No country can just go. I don't think there are any country in this world will just go out and invade another country right now. I don't think so.
At this time, but they've done it.
Yeah,
before.
because the reason is because different countries are going to react. Because the whole country around the whole world, they are not on the same page right now. They have division. Like Russia has its own clique, like cartel. Now, why the West have their own cartel, and the Middle East also, they also have their own cartels. It's only Africa that does not belong to any. You know what I'm saying?
Hello, Mr. Black Panther. Welcome.
I'm hearing your voice. Some voices are going low, some voices are going high.
Blah blah blah. What's up? Been a long time.
I just did somehow busy, but I just did. Mr. CM don't go.
He said he's gone to attend to something. He left a chat to say he's coming back.
It's a nice hearing you guys out, and I've seen a lot of plan, and I've seen. But before I go for that, I say thank you all for really doing a good job digesting it, bringing it out according to how it's laid in your hearts, and you all are big. I will continue to say you all are great patriots. You are bringing out points, things that we educate the Nigerian people and other things. I want to thank you all. I want to thank the viewers. I want to thank Nigeria Watch for giving us this platform to, to make our voice really go down to the extreme, to the heart of the Nigerian populace and to the international world, because we need to be heard. And I want to say one thing. We have been having a plan here. You see, there was a time, that was 2-3 days ago, me, Sanajawa, and some couple of about 3 or 4, 5 of us were discussing. Madam Busy Brain was among us, and we were discussing things. And there was a brother that came in, I forgot his name. Somebody asked for his number. He gave a good analogy.
He's here, Alaba. He's here, okay, Mr. Ferreira.
Yeah. If you go to that, what we discussed, where CM was here, Madam Busy Brain was here, and some other couple. If you go and listen to what we said and how we related it to some aspect of what is going on now in the Middle East, there is a side of connectivity. And I made mention that, look, those things that they want to use to perpetrate evil before, like the Boko Haram, those things are beginning to die down because the finances which they require to do it has been dwindled and it has been down. You see, the Nigerian state as it is, let me tell you one thing. People think the Nigerian people, the Nigerian politicians are intelligent. They are not smart. They are not really smart. You see, if you are smart, you make sure that some vital facility that you need in the country that will make you buy the heart of the people, that will make them succumb and do things, and maybe you want to take money or you want to do some illegality in some area, you should make sure that those things are available. But what these people are doing, let me just tell you what people are doing is to make Nigeria a farmland. You know what Hitler said the other time before? He said, I'm going to make Africa a farmland where they till the soil. I'm taking everybody out. Make Africa. They are making Africa a farmland for any people to come and take our resources, and they take the money and bank overseas. That is why I made a conclusion that, look, are these people, some of these people that are in the government, I might say 70% of them are not Nigerians. Because there's a level you take your bad intention to, and you look back. Nobody's supporting you. Everybody is holding a sort of a stick to hit you at the right time, which they know. But they are banking on the military and the police force that will defend them. Now, I made one thing that we should all, for us to succeed in this, they have to go, these politicians have to go to the extreme, because Nigeria is not very, very possible to gather Nigerians together and succeed in one thing. If you look at what the NADECO did, it wasn't easy. But the evil of the military got to get to an extent where it will be fully exhausted, and the Nigerian people are exhausted. Then when you bring in the main thing you want to do, from when NADECO brought it in, NADECO went for the student, and the student did what? Gathered the people together, and they went out, and funds were being brought in by NADECO. And when I say NADECO, the NADECO system that they use to bring out the military was a very good system. And this present civilian cannot even take half of it. What I said, if any one of us, because it is only we in the diaspora that will save the Nigerian economy now, the Nigeria state now, it is only we. What am I saying? We have to harness all the top Nigerians that are in a top position, that have the same ideal with us, that are patriots, that want to see that country work despite anything. They don't want anything but to see that country work. Then we should all rally around and have a talk. We have to talk. We have to talk, and everybody, because there are two kinds of people, like I explained the other time, that there are politicians and there are people that want to make sure that Nigeria is not going this trajectory again. So those politicians that want that love what we are doing, we should keep them aside. But it is now our turn to do the thing. We have to gather ourselves very well, because that's why I said we should go and ask the Indians how they revitalize and how they repackage India, and how India, because of the diaspora, how the Indian economy and how the trajectory has turned around for their good. They sacrificed a lot, they did a lot, and finally, when they got hold of a good man that can push the trigger, they push everything for them, things started going on well. You can remember the Mahatma Gandhi, the time of those people, the lady that ruled them, and when they did some stuff happen, which you all know, it was a revolution. And this wasn't done, it was not from inside, it was from outside. That is why I said, if you want to change the trajectory, some things have to give way. And we in the diaspora, we have the key to change it. We have the key to change it. But we need to harness ourselves. We need to find those Nigerians. We have some of Nigerians that are working in the United Nations. We have some of them that are in top play in the medical field all over the world. We need to have a pep talk and harness them so that we can start speaking. By the time these top men, they see that we thought they might not be open now, but we have to sit down and have a round table talk, whatever, whichever way we want to do it, we can do it. But we need to gather ourselves. The guys that are there, Nigerians that are there, high there, we need to bring them down so that we can have a conference and talk. And when we agree on something, then we have to bring forth one thing, two things. One, the Constitutional Review Committee that gathered the conference during GJ time, that blueprint, we got to hold it, we got to hold it and bring it to our gathering. We have to look at it very well. Then two, if they don't accept that, then we go on confederation, because we cannot sustain this democracy, this kind of democracy, where you have a two house and they are being paid in the billions, and the people that democratically the word we say democratically elected them, they are suffering, they are feeding from the dustbin. So what am I saying? We need the big guys that are well positioned all over the world. We need to harness so that we brainstorm and we bring that blueprint constitution that we've already had and gather, we spend billions. we bring it to the table, we discuss it, and we make a way, and we have 2 key points that we hold as a weapon. Because these people there now, they don't have anything. If we come with a strong point, 2 strong points, we are going to subdue them. But we have not really harnessed and said, if you want this country, if you want this present constitution, we've been saying it for long. People don't believe it, but now a lot of people are realizing that if you amend it, when you begin to amend it, you allow a criminal to amend your constitution, the criminal will still have a window where he can jump in again and eat it raw. So now we have to do it. We have to take that blueprint, we have to look at it, and we have to discuss earnestly with it. If we want to make an amendment, we need to do it. Then we hold it as it is, because this money, billions, was spent in that conference, and it was the Nigerian taxpayer money. We need to take that blueprint and demand, we have to demand and go forward with it. And the Nigerian people will make it known to them, educate them, and bring those papers and distribute it around so that they will know what the money have done for them. Then we can fight that fight and we'll succeed, because the international committee will look at our point and they will deem it will be right in their sight that yes, this will have a concrete democratical point that they are bringing forward, because the constitution has been declared dead, the judiciary has declared it dead, the military has declared it dead, even the press politicians have declared it dead. What they are using is their illegal common sense to rule the country. So we have to intellectually gather and harness knowledge.
Do you know that these guys are afraid? Do you know that they themselves are afraid?
That is what I'm saying. They are very afraid,
now,
but we need a point to hold so that we can confront them. They'll be shaking. When we have a point to hold, they will shake, because the international committee will respect us because we have intellectually seen the things that the people have agreed, and the government did that. We all agreed and did it, and every tribe were there and we agreed. Why? What are the reasons? Why are they stopping it? Those are the points the international committee wants to know. Why are they keeping it and why are they stopping it? We want that constitution that was written by us then we want to drag it in so that we will be arguing with that point. And if they don't agree, we come on Truth Confederation. That will break their back, and that will break the back of the Fulani and other people that are gathering along with Fulani. With some of our leaders have joined hands because of the crumbs they want to eat from the master table. Look, one thing that I'm trying to say here: if Nigeria decide, because you are looking at borrowing, there's nothing that can sustain the Nigerian economy but to borrow. We are going to borrow to an extent. Go and look at the Greece economy. They borrow to an extent whereby now they are living and are being sustained by European Economic Committee. So look at Venezuela. Their oil has been turned into peanuts. Our oil is getting to that extent where we borrow, we will never be in control of our resources anymore.
Do you know the most annoying thing? They said the money they borrow, 80% of the money is used to pay interest.
That is it.
What they borrowed before. Do you understand? Yes. Not the money, not paying back the money yet.
Yes, we are not yet.
You borrow to pay the interest of what you borrowed before. What a shame.
You know why? You know why it is people are not seeing it now. The economy, they are trying to dodge from it. This is the thing. I have gone through it. I have studied it, and I took 2 countries. One was under sanction, but before it went under sanction, that is the Venezuela, something happened. And one was going the other way like us. It became to an extent where the economy crumbled. They started pretending until finally it was declared, and they tried to big it up. They took loan to do they took that loan, and the politicians put it into their pocket, and it keep on going. And finally they declared that the Greece economy is non-functional. What happened? European Economic Committee had to sit down and start sustaining them. That is what happened. And that is what's going to be continued till the people rise up to change the system. And when they change the system, then they can appeal to their creditors or whatever, and they'll start growing back. They need somebody to do that. Your creditors knows what is going on. They know it. But then if somebody comes up in a volatile format and tell them that, look, this is why you people are the one that brought us down. This is this and this and after all, Nigeria loan they said, okay, we write off your debt. We can still do some dialogue, because there's one thing there. Those people that owns oil rig, oil well, they are not affected. But the Nigeria, you and I, is affected, because the money which they will use to build your economy is what they will use in servicing it. So by the time they get hold of all your oil well, because they are taking loan for oil well, by the time they get all the oil well, then 75% of your resources is sustaining the West and other countries. Then the remaining 30%, 20% is going to the people that owns the oil well in partnership with the creditors, and you, Nigeria, you take the 10%. Even the 10%, the politician will try to steal it. That is where we are going to, and I pray we go there, because when we go there, if we go there to that extent, when we bring our point, our 2 blueprints, if we forward it and drop it on the table, oh my God, they will shake and they will look. They will be running extra, because that will be the solution.
I think that we are already at that point, because that's why I'm looking at we should organize the Nigerian people together. Because Black Panther, honestly speaking, maybe it's been a long time you've gone home. Let me tell you, the suffering.
We don't need to organize them. We don't need to organize them. We have to organize ourselves first.
Yes, you're right. You're right. That's why I said you're very right. We need to organize ourselves first. We need to get our people together. Like we can bring in our guys. You understand what I'm saying? Bring in our guys. That's what I was talking about.
Like
how to sponsor this protest, because we need to have it's not going to be done on a public chat. You understand?
No.
Yeah, so it has to be done on a private chat, like telegrams. I think I took somebody's contact today. I was trying to take a permission from Elvis, but the guy dropped the contact on the chat. But I'm still going to talk to, because we need to get our guys together. Get some of our guys together.
We need to have some people that are good negotiators. We need to have somebody that has good negotiators that will go there and seek for our guys in the UN and other places. And
there are people in UN. There are people in UN.
Yeah, we have to sit down.
There are procedures. You understand? So I don't know if you were here yesterday. You were not here yesterday. There are procedures, but I'm not going to repeat that thing here again, because my guy actually got angry with me for saying it on air. But there are procedures. There are procedures to these things, and I have access to those procedures. How, if we want to change the system, how it should be done, carried out.
No. You getting no. Sorry to interject you. You getting me wrong a little bit. You see, we don't want to follow. We are not doing procedures now on that side. I know where you are going. We are not doing that side. What we are doing, we are trying to do what is called. We are trying to put pressure. As we are taking ourselves as a pillar that will stand and hold that country now. Then where the pillars are going to put pressure on those that are about to build, those that are destroying it. Then when we are putting that pressure, they will speak, and then we will speak to the international market and our international committee, international guys. Then our big guys that are top there, they will start interviewing them, and that is when the real fight starts. That is when the real fight. This is the NADECO process. This is what the NADECO did, but I'm doing it in another style.
We need to get ourselves together. All options are on the table. All options are on the table. Honestly
because
speaking,
the Nigerian people has not been
because all options are on the table.
Say what? No, Allah, no Allah.
You understand, Black Panther? All options are on the tables. You understand? So whatever routes, once we start to meet privately to discuss how we gonna do stuff, and then we present all the options on the table. We look at at that point we choose. You understand what I'm saying? Which option? I'm looking at a very quick option, an option that is very quick and active to be able to quickly.
No, there's no quick.
Something.
There's no quick. It's not going to be quick. It's not going to be quick because these people are fighters too.
Yeah, I know.
They've been doing it for They've been doing it for more than 45 years. So it's not going to be quick. But we are going to do something they've never seen in their lifestyle, in their life before. That thing they've been hiding, we are going to repaint it, rebrand it, and present it. They will be shaking that people are there. They dug what they hid in Aso Rock. That paper is in Aso Rock there. And this present government is sitting on top of it. They know that is what has brought us together. And that is the first time in the history we have sat down to bring an agree, signed. This will not be said, signed by all the ethnic group that yes, we can start with this one. Because we cannot amend what criminals give to you. That is rubbish. That is rubbish. You can't amend anything. I heard somebody was saying amendment. You cannot amend it because these people are born criminals. You know when a thief can rob, when a guy knows how
you
to
can't amend
rob,
it. I mean, I've looked at it. Every you know what they did? The guys that wrote that constitution, they are criminal-minded people. Believe me, they are experts.
You can't amend it.
If you try to amend one part, there is always a loophole.
There's another part that will open again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Always a loophole. So you continue to amend, there is always a loophole. So I mean, like, it's so
scrap it and do a new one.
We have a new one already. We have, because you can't do a new one. You know why? If you want to argue with the international market, that you want to I always say market, international people, that you want a new one, and because they will want to know the reason why these top people in Nigeria that are top in hierarchy, they have gathered together and they are fighting for this. They will want to know, why are you fighting that paper be released? You will have a point. They don't have a point. They will not discredit that thing. They can never discredit it. And you have the man that did it is alive today. We have him. He's on our side. He's on our side. Jonathan is on our side. So that's a very good point. If we come in, Jonathan is on our side. He can't escape it. He can't move. He's on our side. So we already have one president on our side. And all this, look, everybody will agree with us. So I'm telling you the fact. What I'm saying, everybody, if you think you want to organize another one, no, they will rob it again. They will rob it. This thing that they did, we've all forgotten it, that this was backed up with law. It's not something that it was backed up with law. So you don't do something that is not backed up with law and you bring it further. No, this one was backed up with law. So we need to use that thing that was backed up with law and invoke it and put it to the world for the world to see if we are wrong or they are wrong.
But another thing is, my point is, I don't even want this guy to be the president. That's my point. Because he got to go. Yeah.
Don't worry.
So
leave him, let him stay
whatever
there.
means
by the law.
Yeah, because whatever
as it is now,
what you're saying now, he's gonna look at, oh, this guy is doing nothing. Believe me, this guy. Remember, he's a drug dealer, a hardened one, someone that American authority have over 75,000 pages on. What could be in those pages? What do you think is happening? And they're only going to release, maybe 2,500. That's just one agency.
We need to.
This is a hardened criminal.
We need to really think, because me, I don't look at him again. What I'm looking at is how am I, every day I think, I say, how am I going to have a tactics to remove him? We need to use tactics.
And I think that some level of seriousness need to be evolved, need to be applied. Some level of seriousness.
We need to take him out with
this
law.
guy is not. Remember, someone like him is a security threat to the Nigerian states. And being a hardened criminal, he can do anything. He can sell the country completely and put the money in his back pocket. And after all, they don't keep their money in Nigeria. They keep their money
They've already
abroad.
sold Nigeria now. My brother, you know you understand what they talk. They've already sold Nigeria. See, you think they're going to say, come by. They've already sold it. They cannot have a budget without not borrowing from those people they sold it to. Look, it has been confirmed. Ask any economist in Nigeria. It has been confirmed. Nigeria cannot do without no borrowing because all our resources, we are using the proceeds from our resources to pay back, and the remaining one are being stolen by these politicians. What is happening? So they are comfortably in borrowing.
Nigerians need to hit the street because this thing.
We need to make a good point for them to hit the street, because I told you Nigerians are very slow in reaction.
No, but right now, if we're able to put up things together to make them hit the street, I'll be so happy, because I'll be so happy. I'll be so happy, believe me.
Look, you see, before they hit the street, what they are doing now, they want to hit the street. See, if they hit the street now, the point they will bring forward is dollar don't rise up. This government,
never. We won't let that even be the main point. Otherwise, they're gonna use money to peg the dollar to.
No, they will say okay. They'll say Agbado, they don't release the criminal record. He is drug dealer. Look, Nigerian constitution, where as it is, they can put a drug dealer, and that drug dealer will stay there. Normally, in the international world, what they can only do is not to honor anything from him again. That's the only thing they can do. The best bet we can do is to have a point backed up with law of our land that we can hold and bring on the round table of the international world. What we need to do. We don't care whether he's on power now, he's the president. That is business. We want to change the totality of the system. We paid, and there was a law set up by CJN to constitute that conference. And it was done, it was agreed, it was signed, and Buhari decided not to implement. Then CJN will bring it out and tell us why he did not implement. The true story will start coming out. We have to put that narrative into the public. Because this election has gone, we have to bring it. Why some of us are bringing out money being stolen during election and money being brought out by this president? Some of us are doing that while we are doing the concrete thing that will force them to bring out that constitution. If that constitution is brought out, we are done. Look at it, go and read it. Look, all of them go run. Nothing like you say for National Assembly, they give you fast salary. You know day again. You know day. You go beat now part-time. You know day part-time. Even that one way go come ourselves. It is prompt for adjustment. Whether we go have one house or two houses. By the time everybody's involved in that document, every Nigerian go have a copy. None of them go fit. In short, they're not going to touch them because they're blueprint. Now law, it not be law, but law back up. The president is the only one that can sit on it. The National Assembly has been bought over, so the president will sit on it, and they are making everybody to forget it. For the past how many years we have forgotten about that paper, which we used billions, and it was backed up with law. We have forgotten. Look at the judicial system. Look at the lawyers. They backed down because they were giving money not to talk on that issue. The law backing it, was converged. Why is Falana not talking about it? Why is the constitutional lawyers not talking about it? They're focusing on the election. The election have gone, and what is the remedy? What are they bringing forth?
To me, I'm even sure that the British is involved in not signing that.
Involved for long now.
Yeah, I'm sure, because honestly speaking,
you don't need to think
I'm
now.
sure they're involved in that document. They're involved in that document. You see, for that document to be signed, I'm sure they're involved, because if you look at that document, actually, it actually reduces the British power in Nigeria. So
that is it now. So that is it.
If that happens,
pressure, see,
if that happens,
you know the slogan go put. Let me tell you one thing. You know we slogan. Look.
Let's just see what we can use to get our people outside. But we need to organize ourselves now.
If you want to make the Western world back out, put racism on top. Put hatred against black on top. They will back out. Make it very loud.
Yeah, you're right.
Slavery and racism, very loud. If we make it loud, Britain go run.
They're always afraid of that. Yeah.
America go. Look, all the Republicans here. Oh my God, they go support. Italy go support. Italy don't even talk now with French. Italy go support. We have countries. What's the name of this country? What's the name of this country? Oh, let me remember. This country where this guy, Igbo, what I want to call the Prime Minister.
Oh,
what's his name? In Finland. Finland support what Italy is doing.
Oh, Biafra.
Finland support what Italian Prime Minister is saying. We have nations that are supporting, because this is confirmation of hatred against the black nations. Look at what is happening in Israel. All of them focus on it. But what they want to do, they want to bring aid to Africa. We don't need aid. We want to take back our resources to develop our country. Don't spoon feed us. Don't breastfeed us. We are the one we are the one breastfeeding you. Don't turn it the other way around. Hatred against black all over the world.
Black Panther, do you know that his mouth, they used to tell us how many millions of crude oil they are drilling every day. Mouth, we are not seeing the data, we are not seeing the dashboard. But in every other country
now,
in other countries, you are seeing it. How many was drilled today? You see all the pipe, you see the dashboard, you see why it's going up. Huh? If it stopped, you see it stopped in a day. But in Nigeria, it will only take the chairman of NFPC to bring paper with some eyeglass on their face or whatever on their eyes, you know, kind of like really tell we drill 1.something million paper, you know, crazy people. Crazy people. I wonder.
You don't have a constitution.
I don't know. I don't know why they gave birth to me in this country. Honestly speaking, I don't know.
My brother.
My parents didn't just. I don't know why they didn't just. I mean, God should just. Kind of like I'm not supposed to have anything to just. I mean, I just don't know. I used to ask my mom, what actually went wrong? Why didn't you just? If you look at it.
I've asked myself that question before, but I've outgrown
how many people in your head?
I've asked myself before. My wife was there when I was asking myself. And then I now outgrow it. Because the reason why I outgrow it is that, you see, there was a guy who went for a seminar then in Nigeria. That's a leadership seminar. They said, look, even Nigeria Watch is saying it here. You don't have, if you lose your country, you have lost your dignity. If you lose your country, your nation, the source where you came from, you have disappeared. That is why Israel is fighting with their life now. You have disappeared in the world.
That's what I'm saying, because right now, I can't say, right now, no matter how bad Nigeria is, I can't say that I'm not in Nigeria. It does not matter what I have. It does not matter. It does not count how many countries you travel to. Your home is your home.
At all.
It does not count. Your home is your home.
Fight.
Your home is your home.
This world we are now, Nigerian, Africa, you know why Nigeria is scared? It is because Nigerians have undergone about 35 years of hard military operation. It has never been done in any African country like that. Hard military operation. So, and they have instilled that virus into every Nigerian, that even the Nigerian politicians have taken that thing into their mindset, and they want to, you know, move with it.
They are brutalizing Nigerians.
Yes,
can you imagine a government will be brutalizing our own citizens? I mean, how? You wonder what mindset? What are the type of mindset these guys have?
You know, sometimes some of us
your own
ask here,
citizens.
Why? Some of us ask question here. Why is Nigeria so docile? You will try to understand how the country reacts to illegality. If you go and study, if you stay in Nigeria, you will know that it was the students that the NADECO used to wake up a lot of Nigerians. Then we were fighting for the military junta to hand over to civilians. It was the NADECO that made that structure to happen. And now the structure has been eaten up by these politicians, because you see them going up. If they want to go for election, they will go to the student for the student to adopt them. That NAS should adopt them. Never in the history of NAS that has been done before. The NAS
now the same student, they increase their salary. I mean, not salary, school fees. The same students, they are being told now that they're not going to be able to pay their own school fees because the school fees is been increased, and they're not going to be able to pay their school fees. And a lot of them are going to drop out. You know, your country now, a lot of people are going to drop out. They're not going to care. So, oh man, I can't go to school.
That is it. That is why.
Now they want to produce illiteracy in our society. You know,
they don't do
that's
now.
what
they succeeded.
Let me tell you, with the policies these guys are implementing, they want to produce illiteracy, poverty in our system. And if you look at it logically, believe me, to me, I don't know how other people are saying it. I see it as a population control. They want to
no population control. No, not population control. That is why I said most of us should go and look at why America brought its ship to the Middle East. Look, there are two major different religions in Islam.
Yeah,
I want you to go and make that research. We have the Sunni and we have the Shiite. The Shiites don't want education. They don't want to go and look at all the Shiite states. They don't want education. And that is playing a role in Nigeria now, because all the top military position in Nigeria is being taken by Shiites. That is what is going on. And if America turn on Israel, it's a trap they are setting. If Iran reacts, because Shiite has its headquarters, its origin per se, I'm saying that from Iran. If Iran is dragged down to the mud, all of them are gone. All of them will disappear.
Yeah.
All of them, I'm saying, they will disappear. And then you will see that most of their nations that are governed by Shiites, you will see that they'll start turning a new leaf, and they'll start to buy the idea of educating their young ones, because that is what built a nation.
Yeah, you know, when America deployed their, military to the Middle East,
people don't understand it now.
You know,
I have gone through it, and
I'm even suspecting that that was even what Hamas did. I think they used Hamas as well. Hamas never believed that it was going to go this way.
Hamas is a proxy.
Yes, they just use them.
Hezbollah,
they just use them. It's like they didn't believe it would go this far. Like, I mean, this was going to turn. Like Up to this moment, Israel is still bombarding. They're not listening to what UN is saying. They don't care.
They got
Do you understand? You understand what I mean? They're still bombarding up to this moment. So
they have to exist.
So Hamas right now, they are regretting. You know,
they are not regretting. Look at the trick. Look at the trick. Let me tell you the trick. They are not regretting anything. They want to stab the heart of Israel. How do you stab the heart of Israel? Is by coming in, taking down their citizen in front of their eyes and putting it to the world and putting it on camera for the world to see.
That's what I'm saying. They were doing it live.
And they want to drag Israel so that people will not be seeing Israel as they are committing genocide, because they know that how can they fight Israel, a superpower nation? So they are painting it now that Israel is committing genocide.
See,
that is what they are trying to say.
But that thing is not going to catch. You know why? Because they showed us the video what they did. I saw it. You saw it.
Biden talk say, I did not instruct him. I only asked him, is there a room for you to bring down fire? He said there's no room. So the game was played and pressure was. They now asked Biden, are you telling him, because the Israelites are complaining, are you in control of Israel? He said, no, I only asked if there is a room for him to wait.
That's what I was saying, that if you look, even Biden, they almost set Biden up because they could have impeached Biden if he had said anything against Israel. So he was so smart. Biden was so smart to understand that, hey, I'm not going to tell them to cease fire. I'm just going to tell, please, can you just hold a little bit? Let us get people. You know what I'm saying? Now, the Secretary General of the United Nations, because he was carried away by, you know, what the Hamas were putting on social media. He was just carried away, and he said, I called for ceasefire. Now he's battling his seat as a secretary right now.
He's not going to come back again.
America people, we'll be rounding up in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, let me quickly say this, Mr. Elvis, thank you for talking. Yeah, I mean, I find it very difficult to get you today. I don't know why. Even on the because I used to watch you first on
there were a lot of challenges from the beginning of the broadcast today. So yeah,
Mr. Naija,
my brother,
we don't go any dimension. No, not be everybody focus on Nigeria. I know what make Agbado stay there. We go remove them with waiting them with law. We not go use Supreme Court, any court. We go remove them with waiting with the law where they for granted sit down on top. Now time bomb then day now. We go remove them. Now let the
Mr. Nigerians. Okay, Mr. Naja, I wanted to take a permission from you. I said for a private kind of like maybe we can get people to go in private chats, like on a Telegram where we can, you know, because there are some things we cannot really talk on what's it called?
We have rules here, exactly.
Yes, there are some things we cannot discuss here. So I opened what's called Telegram chat. It's not for everybody anyway. It's for like selected few. We just want to get some of our people together to, you know, to reason.
You need to send the link. Send the link to I don't know. You send the link to my WhatsApp.
Okay.
Yeah, to Nigeria's WhatsApp. Then I can join from there.
Okay. We need to do something hurriedly. We need to address the diasporans very, very fast. We are the only hope. If you say we want to depend on Nigeria and ally you.
No. They're not going to be able to. If we don't push them, that's how I was saying that we're going to push them. If we want to do anything, we have to make sure we're able to sustain them to get things done legally. You understand what I'm saying?
Legally. International world legally. International world legally. The two where they sit down top. Where they sit down top. We have CJ now our confined and ain't gonna be now. Because there's a law backing that constitution.
Let's round up. I appreciate every one of you, my people. Black Panther, thank you very much for coming in. I always learn from every one of you, especially when you guys come engage in this kind of debate, you know, analysis debate. So I really do like it, because at the end of the day, this platform is a platform where everybody is learning from each other's. I think I mentioned it from the beginning of the broadcast as well, and all the time. So it's sad. It's sad we are where we are today. You know, after all the effort, everything, you know, this is very sad. It did not affect me in any way, because it doesn't stop the kind of food I eat every day. It doesn't take me out of my house or anything. But whether we like it or not, you know, people are really passing through these pains right now in Nigeria. This is why I was doing this. You know, it's very sad. It's sad, you know. Look at the way things are right now. I don't know. We've done our best. All we ask for is a better country, but the satanic group of people that have catch up Nigeria since Nigeria was created said, no, you guys can never have a better Nigeria. It's only us and our family members that can have a better Nigeria. That is what they're saying now. So I appreciate every one of you, my people. Let's round up. It's almost 6 hours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. I mean, your platform has really, you know, done a lot for the Nigerian people. The Nigerians will always, they owe you a lot. They owe you a lot.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you too. I appreciate you. It's a
Mr.
collective.
Naija Watch.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you very much. You have given us opportunity to do more historical research on this so-called thing that is happening. And we have found out that there is a very strategic religion. Donation is the foundation of this our problem. And we are biting hard, we are researching hard. If we come, the time we start coming together more in the platform they are going to set up, we're going to pour it out. I'm going to pour it out because people are thinking that it's just like that, Not be like that, though. There's a donation and there's a lot of money that is backing this thing up. It's in the billions of dollars.
Anyway, for me, like I said, anything that we want to do, I think it will be more helpful for some people to take the lead responsibility rather than always waiting for Mr. Naija Watch to take it. Because me, myself, I'm already doing a lot. I don't know if you get what I mean. Somebody else can take it and take me along. You know, if I have to take the lead responsibility all the time to take everybody along, then somebody can break down at any time because it's too much. You know, so if other person take lead responsibility for anything, just take me along. I'll also follow you. You know, let's all we want is a better Nigeria, nothing else. And this satanic group of people said, no, you cannot have it. I have never seen anything like this before. To be honest, it's crazy, man. They say no.
The eyes of the cabal. They're not going to rest. When I know what, they're not going to rest.
Yes, so guy, you know, go figure them, you know, get out. It's only for we and our family. Finish. It's crazy. A country where there's no social welfare, there's no social security, there's nothing to sustain the people when they are in need. You know, look at people, families with children, no hope of eating, nothing. Bag of rice now is 60,000 naira. You know, so it's crazy, man. So it's
that one, if you see you.
So
are you there?
Yes, Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you, you know, so it's really crazy because the suffering is affecting everybody, and we can't continue like this. In the UK, what's it called? That was dancing when St. Peter
Reno the goat.
Yeah, these are the
Oh,
kind of
Reno Murphy. I just said he's a fake pastor. A fake pastor.
So these are the kind of people, when you know you have not committed any treasonable offense, you have not done anything, you are calling for what for? Why is Oraka not in Ezra? Oraka have said more than what you are, whatever anybody on this platform have said. It's in Nigeria. Oraka did a video today still insulting the government. He's right there with them in Nigeria. He did video yesterday insulting the government from head to toe. He's in Nigeria. He did day before yesterday. Every day, he called Tinubu a career criminal every single day. His face is shown. He show his room, show his wife, show everywhere. What are you talking about? No, please don't say bad thing to yourself. You know, when you are talking, please, baby. Sometimes you might, you know, sometimes when somebody's talking, you lay curse on yourself indirectly. You don't even know. Ezra is a strong word. Ezra is only two things that define Ezra. You know, either self-exile because you don't want to go because of the critical insecurity in the country, you don't want to be part of it. You know, because if you are kidnapped now, anything happen to you, you're on your own. You know, so if anything happens to you now, there's no security. The police people, they are not even there for you. While the second one, you've committed a treasonable offense and all that. You're planning how to remove a government by either by a violent way and all that, you know. So my platform, I've never engaged on all those kind of rubbish. I want the satanic group of leaders not to rule us, and I've been doing this for the past 10 years, you know, 10 years. So those kind of words is a strong word that you don't use to you don't take it as a duvet to cover yourself, my brother, you know. So that's the thing. So, Mr. Pistoff, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that, you know, when the governor is telling his own people that he's going to send them outside the country to go work and bring some money. So those are the people that the governor wants to send on an exile, you know, indirectly. You know, if they accept such thing, he's sending them on an exile, which means he's pushing them away, not to get back to the country. So that's what I wanted to say. So people should not even, instead of a governor to do that, if any governor does that, that governor should have even been removed from office, but he's still there and he's even campaigning for a second tenure. See, honestly, the system needs to be changed, honestly speaking.
The system, the only way the system can change, that I believe, is the way we are talking every day. The government, they don't like this kind of talking, but you have to keep talking. That's just the truth, you know. Yes. So the guy that was insulting the Agbado government, not even him, his brother that was insulting the Agbado government all this while and all that before the election and all that. You know, they arrested him for 2 months plus, you know, so they released him yesterday, but the court is now asking the Tinubu's government now to pay him for damages for 2 months. You arrested him. He was not the one that committed any offense. He was only telling that he doesn't want this government, and so was that. You know, you don't just carry. One thing that we still need to understand in Nigeria today, which many of us are getting all wrong. There is still law in Nigeria. Have that in mind. There is law. It's only when these people want to show to you that there's no law is when they are fighting for that top seat. There's law. If you want to know if there is law, may police slap you, may if you capture them, may you get evidence of, say, yes, police slap you, and you have evidence. That is when you know there is law. There's law in Nigeria. It's only some people
know there's law.
Exactly. These top people choose, especially for that top seat, like to become a governor, to become a president, to become a minister, to become, these are the area these people will make life difficult for you to have your way. If not, my brother, forget it. There is law in Nigeria. Some people choose to bypass it, but if you not get level, you never feel reach that level where you go bypass, say to become. You see, Peter Obi will get level pass all of us with there. Don't say the way they treat them, because you see people will get level pass them now. Because Peter Obi, he's not a criminal. He doesn't steal. So they oppressed him. All of them gang up together against him. That's it. So, if the Tinubu government want to be arresting people, for example, like Dele Momodu mentioned the similar thing that you just mentioned yesterday, a bit today. It's on our platform saying that they want to start intimidating and arresting everybody. How many people can you arrest? Now, Peter Obi and the Labour Party National Chairman Julius Abure has been marked for persecution. How many people you want to put for inside the prison? How many? How come they have not arrested Frank Chouaibo, that destroyed them? Like, say, follow them in Nigeria. You can even talk more if you're inside in Nigeria. That's one thing you don't understand. The only thing that will scare you right now is I believe is the only thing is insecurity. If you go Nigeria right now, you're on your own.
Nigeria, Nigeria, if you're a radical person, they're afraid of you. Believe me. They try to look for ways to put you in their camp. That's why you see them Salihu Kubo. You see all these them MC Oluomo. So because those ones are just radical, they have boys, man. So they find out that Salihu Kubo, how many times Salihu Kubo was arrested? Many times. He was put in jail several times.
Let me tell you, my brother, you can never stop anybody from talking. I mean, even though you build 10,000 prison in each state, 36 states of Nigeria. Now they have synthetically and satanically added another state now. They say Abuja is that state. Let's assume they have 10,000 prison in all the states. You can still not arrest freedom of expression. Where are you going to put everybody? You cannot. The only thing the government will take serious against you. That's why when you are talking, you listen to yourself. Since I created my platform, I'm against any kind of violence. Everybody knows this. If you know you have ever joined my platform, I don't discuss those rubbish here. I normally tell people, discuss it in your living room. Don't bring it here. I'm not part of it. I'm calling for a better Nigeria. I'm not calling to go overthrow any government. I'm not part of it. If you're having that kind of meeting, don't add me. I'm not part of it. I just want a better Nigeria, and I put in all the effort to support Mr. Peter Obi till date. And whenever I'm talking, I listen to myself. Have you ever heard that I'm discussing? I'll be saying, okay, which weapon? I say, go carry more to go. I don't discuss this. I listen to myself when I speak. I'm not a baby. Some people talk out of line. That's why when I have one or two people on my platform that want to discuss those kind of rubbish sometimes, I normally tell them, open your camera, come, open your camera, me talk properly. I'll give you opportunity to talk. They don't come. Darkness, you'll be talking anyhow. I say, let me talk. That's how they talk. No. You really want to
talk. Nigeria watch.
Yes, sir.
You see, the process of being a good person is a process. It's the same way the process of being a bad person. It's a process. Some people have gone through that process of being a bad person, and it's addictive.
Yes, no. You know why we disagree? It's still a choice. For me, I can never become
it's a choice. I agree with you.
Yes. For me, I can never become a bad person, regardless of the situation. And we find a way to manage it and get out of it. If you are my friend, you are pushing me to automatically become a bad person, I'll cut you off. If you know, my brother, you automatically, your ways is dragging me to become a bad person, to have a bad reputation, to have stain with the name I've built all my life. I have a way to jump it.
Yeah.
So anybody that comes up and now say, no, I was influenced, it was not my fault. No.
he decided to go that way.
Hold on, sir. Before Peter Obi, I need to round up in the next 5 minutes. Before Peter Obi, the emergence of Mr. Peter Obi, I've already been shouting on this platform. And I spend all my time in Nigeria more than you that is talking. Many of you, you know, visit Nigeria maybe once in a year or once in 5 years or 10 years. You know, me, I just returned back from Nigeria less than 8 weeks ago here. So Nigeria is somewhere you visit. Traveling is not the problem. You know, in the airport, I echo the airport sometimes when they try to do this kind of corruption and all that. I've referenced to all these things before. As long as you know your rights, and you also know the family you came from, you can't just be oppressing everybody. Everybody speak. Everybody, you know, a good government is supposed to be happy with opposition. You know, but the only thing a good or a bad government would never ever be happy with, when you are planning to either overthrow them from office, or you are planning kind of weapon, or anyhow you want to take lives out, or all that. You know, so for me, like all these agitators right now, for example, what they are doing, yes, they say the government have pushed them to the war and all that. That's fine. It's up to you, but you can't do it on my platform.
Yes.
Exactly. So if you say, for me, government don't push me to the war, me they talk. You say government push you to the war, you go carry weapon. Carry them for your parlor, for your living room. Don't be here. No, thank you very much, my people. Good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I appreciate you all for your time with us today. I will come to the end of this broadcast. And those of you that joined us on the panel today, thank you very much. Those of you that are still here, Madam Busy Brace, may God bless you. My brother Black Panther, may God bless you. Peace off, thank you so much. And Ferreira and many others that came in. You know, I'd like to also appreciate the two people that supported me today, Peggy Modi. Once again, thank you so much. And Amaka Fojebi, God bless you all. I really do appreciate you all. On the comment section, I noticed some people were asking for the link earlier on. We've come to the end of the broadcast. So we don't just start posting link and start all over again like that. But it not be firewood, not be petrol with the use, not blood with the use, you know. So please, let's see. Tomorrow is another day, and let's see how it goes. You know, sometimes we come on air here. My proposition is to just spend 2 hours, 3 hours. But no matter what, people like Black Panther don't enter, they'll drag, they'll go drag you reach 7 hours. You know,
because we have to educate them now.
Because the problem of the country is too much.
Yeah, the
too much.
Is too much, and it's so fortunate that that's why I'm saying that it's not affecting me now. It's not affecting Peace Soft. It's not affecting Black Panther. It's not affecting Madam Busy Brace and everyone listening to me right now in the diaspora. It's not affecting you. For me, I eat 3-4 times today, and many of you the same thing. You know, so we are talking because we want a better country for the people that resides there. To eat now is a big problem. And meanwhile, nobody is on the streets. You know, Tinubu protested during the time of Jonathan, Goodluck Jonathan. You know, but you reach Tinubu turn, many of them are not come and want to go peacefully protest. People say, make una not come and say they go take una life, they will do this one. How can the government, no government will just carry gun, they take people life anyhow when you don't do anything wrong. You carry placard, you are saying no, we don't want this. That's all. But nobody is doing it. December is coming and they'll start asking for money. The same people in the diaspora will start sending money anyhow, like Yahoo people. It doesn't work.
They don't put us for job.
Exactly. It doesn't work like that, and it shouldn't work like that. You know, we can't continue a life like this. But meanwhile, we'll expatiate better on this tomorrow. People, have a good night, and please endeavor to join us again by tomorrow, because Atiku Abubakar will be coming live to speak against this Supreme Court judgment. So we don't know what he's coming to say. If he's coming to say that Bola Ahmed Tinubu or Chief Bola Ahmed Tinubu will join your camp, or I will not agree. We don't know. We are waiting for our own principal when he will be coming to address us as well. You know, the only thing for me, I will say this again, that we never accept from Mr. Peter Obi is for Peter Obi to say, I'm coming out to congratulate Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Lie.
Never accept it.
You know who talking now?
When I started supporting Mr. Peter Obi, I tell all of them, I say, some people feel not like me at the end of this journey. or after Peter Obi don't become president, you should still not like me. Because for me, I'm a very straightforward person.
You know what it means for him to come out after everything. So, if he now say congratulations, you mean that the certificate he forged is no longer forged? All the things. I mean, do you know what that means?
You know, we talk about.
All right. Thank you, my people. This is my last time now. Now let me go for user and I'm on an office. You know, so to be honest, he congratulated Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I will not be happy with that. You know, because people are dying right now, suffering in Nigeria. So that will not go well. You know, but I don't know what he's coming to say, regardless of whatever, you know, but what do I know? All I want is a better Nigeria. I'm fighting for Nigeria. I'm not fighting for Obi. I'm not fighting for Tinubu. I'm not fighting for Atiku. I'm fighting for a better Nigeria. Give us a better Nigeria. It's not hard to do. You don't just want to do. All of you are satanic. Good night, people.